Hey. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Comic Shop Conversations. We did our little, intro tonight because we wanted to take some time to see if we could find. We were doing some research behind the scenes, so we apologize for being a little bit late tonight, but we were kind of gathering some more data for y'all that we could share tonight. So we're doing some last minute research because there's tons of news that's been coming out recently. Like as of today, and we're going to be talking about that a little bit later. But first, I have to acknowledge it is in fact this weekend, Memorial Day weekend. That is right, on Monday, May 26th. It will be Memorial Day. So what I'm going to do real quick is I am just going to share my screen, and while I play this, I'm just going to do a quick Memorial Day, intro to kind of talk about what the weekend means, what Memorial Day means, the significance of it, the importance of it, and then we'll get right into the show and talk about all things comic books. But I do want to recognize, just how important the weekend is and how important the day is. So, with that being said, I am going to share this for us. And I'll go full screen here. All right. Actually, let's go down here. There we go. So, as an American and Marine Corps veteran, I wanted to share with y'all what I believe to be the true meaning of Memorial Day. This isn't just a 3-day weekend. Many people will say to you, probably at work and everything, like, hey, enjoy your long weekend or enjoy the 3-day weekend, but it's not just the barbecues, the beach trips, and the unofficial start of summer. Those are great things, and those are activities that are part of our American way of life. But I do think it's crucial for us to remember that they are made possible by an immeasurable sacrifice. Memorial Day is a sacred day of remembrance. It's the day we pause, reflect, and honor the brave men and women who laid down their lives in service to this nation. They answered the call, stood on freedom's frontier, and gave everything so that we could live in peace and liberty. Think of the families whose lives were forever altered by a knock on the door, a flag draped over a coffin. Their loved ones, our heroes, paid the ultimate price. They fought on battlefields far from home, in jungles, deserts, and across oceans, facing dangers most of us could never even imagine. So we celebrate Memorial Day with solemn gratitude for those who are gone. We celebrate the courage they displayed, the principles they upheld, and the future they secured for us. So this Memorial Day, as y'all gather with loved ones, please take a moment, visit a cemetery, thank a veteran, or simply offer a silent prayer of thanks. Remember the fallen, speak their names, share their stories, because as long as we remember them, their sacrifice will never be in vain. It is our duty and our privilege to ensure that their legacy of courage and dedication lives on. So, with that being said, thank you guys for letting me kind of share my thoughts on Memorial Day, and hopefully y'all enjoy y'all Memorial Day. And like I said, honor those who came before us. So, now that we've kind of gotten that out of the way, I'm excited about tonight's show. It will be really, really fun, and opening these blind bags that Kyle has is something that I've been waiting for a hot minute. So before we get into that, let's say hi to the chat. We've got Cajun Corey here for 32 months. What's happening, brother? He says, I'll see you nerds in Dallas next week. This is true.
A threat?
Oh, is he about to pull up?
Is he going to pull up?
That's a good question.
Easy.
Yeah, watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Better watch it. We've got Jamin D coming in. What's happening, Jamin? Also, We've got Chris in the chat, Raphael Ponce, Jack Frost, Kaiser Jose, Cannoli Sasquatch. Man, the gang's all here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Oh gosh. Yeah, this would be wild this weekend for sure. Kaiser says Hispanics for Trump. Kaiser also says, Josh, I recently ordered Swamp Thing Volume 2 and 3. When's the next book club meeting? That's a good question.
So I don't know when we're doing the next Swamp Thing. The next book is going to be a Wonder Woman book. So we'll get the Trinity out of the way for DC. But those details will get announced soon. And Joe Corallo will definitely be joining us for that stream. And we'll get the others pulled together by the end of June. So
Joe has some rad ideas for how he would write Wonder Woman.
Indeed.
Like
so he seems like a given to be on that panel. So
hell yeah. How cool, man. That'll be awesome.
Yeah.
I will not be there because I kind of hate women. So
it's
no,
fine.
I'm kidding.
Good for you.
Good.
Well, just like Wonder Woman this week. I think every man in that book hated.
Yeah. That's what Tom King does, though. Like Wonder Woman is such a great character, and then he's like, "No, you're gonna hate her," and it's like, "Oh, why? Why do you make me hate her?" Oh God, dang it. So funny enough, before we get into our show and tell. Last week, if you guys were here for our show, you will remember this photo here. You guys may.
Oh no!
I'll never forget that.
You'll never forget. It lives in infamy. Now, I do have to say something though. I have to issue an apology because my comic shop owner and a good friend of mine, who been going to his comic shop for like nearly a decade or more. He watched our show. Every now and then he watches our show and pops his head in and checks out what we're saying and what we're reading. And he goes, "Hey man, if you ever want to read any of Robbie's picks, I'll hook you up." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Brat Pack and Max Immortal are actually really good books."
Yeah, I feel like we said positive things about Brat Pack and Max Immortal.
I think you had definitely mentioned it, Josh, but I definitely roasted Crumb's World because I do not like that book, or I don't like Crumb's stuff at all.
Everything is terrible.
I said that Jim Rugg's Hulk might be kind of cool, Art Brute, I know Kyle.
Art Brute was fun. That one. Yeah, I like that. That was fun.
But like Monica, I have zero interest in. Like I do not like the art style. I don't know what the book just doesn't look interesting to me whatsoever. But so yeah, my comic shop owner kind of gave me a little bit of crap because he was like, "Hey man, there are some good books on there." And I was like, "Wait, what is happening?" And I was like, "You can't tell me that you like Rockin' Robbie's picks." And he's like, "Listen, all I'm saying is that you need to read them. And if you want to read them, I'll loan them to you and you can let me know." And I was like, "I don't know what to think about this. I don't know." So, but it's
a
weird
broken
though, because
clock is right twice a day. So this dipshit, as much as he reads, is bound to get something right.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like we even started off that there are moments where Rockin' Robbie has recommendations that we're like, is he getting bait? Oh nope. He just ruined it.
He killed everything he just said. Yeah.
That's the weird thing, is that he'll put like Savage Sword of Conan on his top list of books, and he'll be like, "This was testosterone filled. This was heavy metal. This was awesome. I love the way that Jim Zub is doing blah, blah, blah." And then he'll have like Wonder Woman in his top 5. And he'll be like, "Tom King is doing amazing things with the character." And I'm like, bro, how can you have the same thought? These two completely different thoughts in the same sentence.
He did shit on Ryan North's Fantastic Four and Doom this week, though, which I was like, good for you.
Oh, did he?
Good for you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Jack says Ryan gave you some shit. Yeah, he did. He really gave it to me. Because I was on my way out the door and I was like, "All right, man, thanks again for the books. Have a great week." And he goes, hey, wait, before you go. And then he like dropped the bomb. He's like, those books that you talked about, Rock and Robbie. And I was like, well, you watched the show? And he's like, oh, I watched it.
Did you start sweating, Max?
I did. I was like, oh no.
You're like, oh.
Anyway, I'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for the books. Bye. I'm out of here.
I need to find out who this Ryan guy is so I can slip him information to give you shit about.
Dude, Ryan is super chill. He's a big proponent for Miracle Man. He's a big big Alan Moore fan, but he and I have had like hour-long conversations about original art, about Miracle Man. Like we did a whole deep dive after we launched our video with Jen Mint like a year ago or so. So he's a real one, but yeah, it was pretty funny because I did start sweating a little bit. I was like, oh God, oh no, what did I say?
I'm glad you didn't cave, dude. If you would have caved, I would have fucking.
Well, I told him, I was like, Ryan, you got to understand the dilemma I'm in, right? I do not like Rock and Robbie's picks, but if you're telling me that they're good, I don't know what to believe anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I have a verified, trusted source who's telling me, yes, these Rock and Robbie's picks are in fact good, it's like I'm in a multiverse.
Yeah, let's
the vast majority are garbage, and he's dead wrong on 99% of everything.
I want you to read Street Angel. That's what I want.
Because it's good or because
gay as fuck?
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't read it, but you can find out for me. How about that?
Oh, I thought you read it, and you're saying, "Yeah, I want you to read it."
No,
I mean, you almost got me.
Jack says, I guarantee you guys would only be interested in Max Immortal and Brad Pack. He also says, I don't think Robbie actually likes a lot of what's there and just puts it there to be cool. A lot of that stuff is very indie, and I don't see Robbie really being a fan. And that was kind of my issue with this, is like when I look at this, I see nothing for like classic, just fun superhero fans, right? I'm a very straightforward guy. I like my story structures. I like my 3-act, stories. I like my good art. But then when I get crazy, it's not that I do indie stuff. It's that I do like Image comic books that are kind of wild and wacky, but have like mind-blowing art. So yeah, that's why when I first looked at this, I was like, none of this looks appealing. But no, I could be wrong.
This is shit, again, you have in the back of the store that you can't sell. So just throw it out.
I don't know. Should we review one of these books a week?
That would take a lot of super chats, my friend.
I was about to say, my God.
I would say maybe a month if we wanted to discuss one a month. I can't. That's one a week is my cup is already runneth over. So,
yep.
Actually, that was one of the things that we were talking about in the comic shop is like, we have like a pile of books that are unread, like next to our chair or next to our bed. And then that pile gets moved into like a short box. So then you now have a short box of books that you still need to read, but then you start a new pile because the pile is just like, oh God.
There's several on this bookcase that I'm just like, I need to read that. I need to read that again or again. And I'm like, I haven't read it in so long, but then I'm just like, fuck, I got this other crap I have to read.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, I just thought I would mention it. So Ryan, if you're watching, brother, maybe we will in fact have to read one of these books. So, but thank you for keeping me honest, because if there are in fact some good books, I will mention, like I will legitimately say this was good or I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's the thing, is that if we don't like it, we can express why. And if we did like it, we can also express why. It's when we say, oh, I hate this, but with zero explanation. So
I just didn't dig it, man, Yeah,
it was aight.
It was aight.
But station. So
we could just yell at Flash.
I want to fucking I want to throw something out the window.
I'm so lost.
He does that. He does it was like a really bad book that comes out, like A Fire and Ice, where we'll tear it to shreds. We'll be like, Fire and Ice, Welcome to Smallville is just the worst crap. It's made for no one. It's written by, someone who just has no concept of story structure or even comic books in general. But instead of actually ripping it a new one, he'll just be like, I didn't really dig it all that much. It was all right. And I'm just like, dude, you want to say that it sucks. Just say that it sucks. But yeah. Mark McGrath, what's happening, man? He says Rick Veitch, Paul Pope, Jim Rugg, Matt Kent are all solid creators.
Agreed.
Yeah. Rick Veitch is the guy who took over for Swamp Thing, right? On the art? Was it him?
Oh crap.
I think someone had told me that.
I think so.
At some point, but
Swamp Thing.
Speaking of artists.
Whoa, did he just say he doesn't give a crap about Swamp Thing?
I haven't read that much of Swamp Thing.
Oh, okay. My bad. Carry on. I was like, what the? We're about to fix you right now.
Oh, Veitch took over writing on Swamp Thing. Okay. So, nice. And Chris, we will actually be talking about the new Punisher book in our news segment a little bit later. This is like breaking news because this came out right before the show. So
I didn't even see this.
Yeah, it's a scene, man. So I'm not sure how to feel about it, but we will talk about it, Chris.
Okay.
That's your bottom dollar. So, but yeah, speaking of, comic creators and comic writers and artists, next weekend, we will be in Dallas, Texas for the Dallas Fan Expo. That is happening in 6 days, 20 hours, 23 minutes, and 18 seconds. So I figured we'd look through some of these comic creators that are going to be there, guys. Aren't you excited to go see Scott Snyder?
Oh, he's the man.
Oh, you're not?
I don't think he'd be excited to see me either, though, if we're being honest.
Well, that's probably true.
He's like, aren't you the kid who gave my book a 7?
It was a 6, and it wasn't me. It was Jay. But
okay. He's like, aren't you the kid I lectured on that phone call to your stupid friend group, your team?
To quit being so mean.
Yeah.
We can't say that you guys are the golden standard and then have you give this book a 6. Sorry, dude.
Hello, Ryan Otley.
I was gonna say, do any of these look appetizing?
Otley's the man.
I mean, yeah. Look, they're good names. I mean,
great.
These are big names.
Yeah, I have my issues with Scott Snyder for personal reasons that happened on a personal situation. But I mean, he's a big name. He's gonna draw. It's gonna be a draw, which is a good thing for the Expo. Greg Capullo, get a signature if you can. There's whatever Batman, X-Men, Spawn. There's so many things you could just take advantage of. Same with Ryan Otley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's good names here. Oh, should we do over unders if we think Donny Cates will actually show up?
Oh, the DC.
So yeah, that was my big. That was my thing because Josh, you and I have been to Dallas Fan Expo the past 4 years now.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone pretty consistently, haven't missed in the past probably 4 years or so. Nope. And each year, Donny Cates has been on this list. Guess who also hasn't shown up each year? Donny Cates. So
I'll give you a hint. I don't think he showed up to C2E2, and I think he was supposed to be there.
Yeah, because wasn't that which one was it that he was going to bring a printer so he could print out his scripts for people?
Oh,
I want to just bring a printer now and then be like, "Is Donny Cates here? Donny,
Donny, are you? I've got your printer,
Donny."
And then I'm gonna be like, never mind. I'm not gonna say it. That's an asshole thing to say. Carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. Poor Donny. He's going through a lot, and now this could be the year that he does in fact show up, though, because not too long ago he put up an Instagram post that he's like, "I'm back, baby." So
all right, he's desperate. All right,
he's back. So this one may actually be.
Are you going to get something signed by him?
No.
Okay, I know. Okay,
I brought Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go.
The year that he was going to be there, I brought a ton of King and Black and Venom stuff that he was going to sign, and it took up a good portion of my suitcase. And nope, he wasn't there. So, so I was like, well, damn it. I guess I'll just, dead weight.
Leave this shit here. I'll sell it or
something. So that's why I say, like,
also, by the way, I fucking hate his signature.
Who?
Isn't he the one who wrote like "Fuck you, Kyle" on your Venom cover?
Yeah.
That tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, you were gonna say something about
DC? I was just gonna say I want to go on record of saying I wish Donnie the best. I hope he gets better. Genuinely, I have no sympathy towards him until he actually owns up for the shit that he did. But
agreed.
I think that is fair.
He needs a redemptive arc. He needs to come back and do something. It almost is like Miracle Man at this point. He's forgotten who he is, and he's living this like shit life, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and then he just needs to remember the magic word and just turn back into Miracle Man and get his fucking shit together.
His mojo back, man, because I know that there are a lot of people who just ride that go-go stick for Donnie. Where they're like, he can do no wrong. His art is like, or his writing is like otherworldly. And it's like, he is a very good writer because he does a lot of fan service. Like, what if the Silver Surfer could carry Thor's hammer? Or what if King Thanos and Thanos like met in an alternate reality? Or, what if the Venom symbiote, like all these really, really great, fun, exciting ideas that have brought life back into like comic books. His run on Thor, where he introduced the Dark Winter, like he's done some incredible runs. And like you said, he just needs to remember that talent within him and he can bring it back. But yeah, man, I think, Josh, to your point though, I think he's done a lot of stuff that we hope that he gets better. But at the same time, there should be some acknowledgement of like, hey, I've done some really bad stuff,
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I hope, like you said, that he has a redemptive arc, because that would be sick. Agreed. Imagine how cool it would be for him to come back and have a banger comic series. Be pretty fun.
It would sell. It'd be huge, especially if you get like Greg Capullo on the art or something. Like, fucking badass would that be?
Greg Capullo didn't do that hot in the Wolverine book that he just did. So
yeah, say that to his face.
He does lift a lot of weight, so I don't know.
He's not as big as you guys think. He's not a tall man.
He's not tall, but he's a fucking pretty jacked dude.
He's built like a fire plug,
Short, I wouldn't
stocky, just. Ooh, you know what? Let's have him versus Biz the Biz.
Oh, I would actually love to see that fight.
So how many books on average do you or how many, sorry, let me reformat that. How many books of Battle Beast do we think that Ryan Ottley is going to be signing?
Going to have 4 right here, baby.
Hey, that'll be
I don't fun. So many.
Yeah. So unimaginable amount.
Yeah. An infinite amount.
The one that I think might be cool is Alessandro Cappuccio, because I haven't really seen a lot of his work except for this Ultimate Wolverine run, and it's pretty sick, man. So
his Moon Knight stuff was very good.
Yeah. So I think he's actually going to have a good turnout. I think they're going to be fans of his there.
Mm-hmm.
Did Clayton Crane ever get over the acetate gate and the what was the other one? The sleeping with the guy's wife and all that jazz? Did that ever come to fruition? Like, was he ever
forgiven?
Did he ever talk about that? Or
I don't know if he ever talked about the wife thing, but I think that kind of went away. So did acetate gate. I think that just, how everything is now.
Yeah.
The second, like the next day, people are just like, something else.
There's another thing to talk about.
Another thing.
Jay Lee was there last. Actually, he's been there almost every year, so that'll be cool to see him again. He's always really
super
really
nice.
kind and super.
Yeah, I mean, I got him 2 years ago.
Oh yeah. Dude, that's right.
Yeah.
It's so sick. Yeah, that's a good pickup.
I got him to do a Cyber Frog.
Did you really?
Cyber Frog that Ethan did a sketch on. I had Jay Lee do another sketch as well.
So funny story, and you guys won't believe me when I say this, but this past week I went to an improv comedy show.
Wow.
If this wasn't a first date, and you're going by yourself.
Was this a date? Are you holding out on us? Was this a date?
Was it her idea?
No.
Not judging.
This was a good friend of mine, one of my best friends from high school.
Okay.
And she was doing she was part of the improv team. So I was going there to support her.
Oh no, and she's the not funny one because she's a woman and you have to pretend.
Actually, she was pretty damn funny.
No, she's not. But okay.
But okay, well. Hey, I laughed anyway, so
at her? Probably.
Don't tell her husband that. But she kicked ass. It was hilarious.
Okay.
It was a lot of fun. There, of course, it's improv, so there are going to be moments that are cringy where you're like, that didn't land, right? Because a lot of it is just experimental. But the guy in front of me was wearing a Cyber Frog hoodie. I shit you not.
Wow.
And I was like, because it was all black with the yellow inside hood. And then on the back, it had the Blood Honey, logo. It had Cyber Frog. It was all holograph. It had Comic Skate on the sleeve. And I'm like, no way that I find a comic skater in this random improv place, like in the middle of nowhere. So after the show, I go, hey, man, I like your hoodie. And he goes, what? And I go, yeah, man, the Cyber Frog. I'm a big fan. And he goes, oh, yeah, man, I got this from a thrift store. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, oh, no. So, oops.
Damn.
Oops.
I thought he was like
outed you as a fucking... he's like, all right, guys, we got him.
He's like, oh, boys, bring him in. Bring
we got one.
Security.
We got another one.
There was a Rippaverse guy who's like, we found an EVS.
We found a detractor.
Yeah. But I should have been like, hey, do you know you're wearing a hoodie of a hate group?
I was gonna say a guy who's pro-Nazi.
Whoa.
Suddenly his voice shoots up like 4 octaves. What?
Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Have a good one. See ya.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your night with that hoodie on. So it makes me wonder, did the guy who gave the hoodie to the thrift store, did he feel like, oh, I'm never buying, I'm a detractor of EVS now. I'm never buying a Cyber Frog. I'm not Comic Skate anymore. Or did the guy die and then all of his stuff was given away? I don't know.
That's a story. What do you think? Oh, man. So many scenarios.
Options. Yeah, scenarios. Rudy Taitague says, Good Friday evening, everyone. Great to see you, brother. Thanks for being here, Rudy. Blessings to you. Kaiser says, why doesn't C2E2 attract creators like this? All I ever see at C2E2 is gay, gay, gay.
I know. C2E2 used to be the fucking place, and now it's not.
What? Because, you were there this year, right, Kyle?
Mm-hmm.
What did it look like this year?
I mean, it was busy. There were a lot of people. I mean, Ryan Otley was there. I mean, there were names, but it just, I don't know. I don't know if a lot of people are just like, yeah, screw C2E2. It's not worth it to go. And I don't know, but yeah, it's really starting to kind of not be that show anymore.
It's pretty surprising because when I think of Dallas Fan Expo, I don't think comics, right? No. You think of like celebrities.
Yep.
And it's a small space comparatively to like some of these other. When you go to Dallas Fan Expo, you're like, you are squished on Saturdays. So, and a lot of it is they've had to they've had to put the celebrities in a completely different space because it's just that small of an area. So I'm very surprised that they have brought this number of creators. Now, 2 years ago they had Jim Lee A year ago, they had Mark Silvestri. So they've had like big dudes. Like those are industry trailblazers.
Yeah.
At Fan Expo.
Well, they had what last year? They had what, Jeff Loeb and a bunch of other big names.
Yeah, that's right. Adam
Frank Miller.
Frank Miller, yeah.
Yeah.
Big names.
Although they had Frank Miller like way out in the
I don't even think he was in the building. I think he was in his like hotel. He just didn't bother showing up.
I have a feeling they're probably gonna have to do that with Scott Snyder too.
Put him in the area with all the celebs, maybe.
Yeah, there are going to be way too many sycophants that bring his dark metal series that are just gonna be like,
an absolute Buttman. Yeah,
I feel like it'd be less dark metal and more Batman for sure.
More absolute Buttman,
yeah.
Not absolute. Well, you'll see some absolute, but I think a lot of people are gonna do like Court of Owls will probably be.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yep.
I will say this is by far not the biggest name on here. But if I'm going to be spending money somewhere, it might be with David Messina.
Ooh.
He did art for the Angel series. So if I could get some original art from Angel, I would totally go buy it.
Dude, hell yeah. That'd be cool. I didn't recognize that that he did that. That's sick though.
Yeah.
Matteo Scalera, Alan like I know who these guys are, but I need a refresher to see like, oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember. Department of Tooth, Martin Simmons.
Martin Simmons, his art is great.
Yeah.
The art in Dracula is great. The story's fucking stupid, but it's just derivative of Dracula. But
that's right.
The art was gorgeous. So
James Tiny Onion.
Yeah.
PKJ. There are going to be a pretty good amount of fans for him too.
Rightfully so.
This Charles Soule.
Soule.
That is going to be a number one pickup for me. I'll try and go to his booth for sure.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know you were that big of a fan of him.
Yeah. Was it Star Wars stuff? Like what?
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Getting?
No,
his Vader stuff was amazing. Have you read that Vader series he did? It's so good.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I think Star Wars is kind of lame, but
I liked it.
Are you talking about the Cold Day in Hell? After a Cold Day in Hell, you want to?
Yeah.
That was an excellent issue. Way better
really
than I thought it was going to be.
I was very surprised, super surprised with that. And then, what do you guys think about Ram V? Do you think he'll have a big turnout?
I don't know.
No,
I don't know how many shows he does. I don't know.
What did he do recently that we were like, yo, Resurrection Man.
Yeah.
If anything, I'd probably go over there to be like, hey, this was pretty sick.
You actually did pretty well on this one.
Hey, you got one. Your
Detective Comics is a fucking snore, but hey, his Swamp Thing is good. I like the Swamp Thing series.
I will say I want to read his Detective Comics as a trade because it might work better.
Careful. If you can't sleep, I would read it.
That's what I'm saying. It might work better, like where it feels super slow. Sometimes when things feel super slow coming out monthly, you read it as a collection and it hits. But he did These Savage Shores, which is excellent. His Catwoman run was actually freaking bomb.
I remember hearing good things.
Yeah, he had one of the best villains that came out in a good while in that book, and I was like, I'm on board.
Oh wow! All right. Villa Lobos. He's got some sexy stuff. If he has like an art book, that'd be cool to see all his like his ladies. So you may check mark me off of this one, but Rose Besh actually has some pretty innovative stuff that I think is kind of cool.
Innovative, you say?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fabrizio De Tomaso. He's going to be there too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big check.
I don't know who. I've never seen. Well, I'm sure I've seen this guy before, but his stuff looks kind of cool.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like Mateen. I don't know what that.
It really does. Yeah. Or like a Delato.
Yeah.
John Jang, Ariel Diaz.
Always there.
Yeah. Well, she's in Texas, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Glapian's there. You can get Snyder, Capullo, and Glapian. You can get 3 times signed books.
Ooh. Oh, Ryan Kincaid will be there. That'll be good.
Hey, RK. Nice.
Oh, Kyle, your man.
Hey.
The man himself, James O'Barr.
You need to go up and talk to him. He's such a nice guy.
Yo, yeah, we like low key. Actually, that's going to be a really cool, conversation.
Mm-hmm. Does this mean we need to watch The Crow Thursday night?
Oh, you should.
The new
one.
Watch the new one and then be like, dude, tell me about this piece of shit, and he'll just fucking just tell you how horrible it was. It's so awesome.
I should do the opposite and walk by and be like, oh my god, you made a comic off The Crow that released?
Oh no!
Oh my god, I love that movie, man. It's like the best thing ever. He's gonna get the fuck away.
He may commit suicide in front of you.
Oh no! I already had that happen this week.
Hey, right? You already, it already happened once. So hey, well, you know what? Why not?
I'm gonna put a poll in the chat because Jack Frost put a pretty interesting question here for us. He says, question for the chat and panel, what type of comics do you prefer? Short and sweet, you can finish in one sitting, short run story arcs, limited series, or longer epic stuff? No correct answer here. Josh, what do you got for this one?
So the story, it needs to be right for the story. And there's no way of fully answering that. Because I've read stuff that's like a massive, just ongoing kind of sweeping epic type story, and I've loved it. And then I've read short stories that are like 4 issue arc, tells its story and it's done, and I've loved it. So just do what's right for the story. And that's usually what makes me happy. But yeah, I mean, I wish I could give you a better answer because I know that feels like a cop-out answer, but
I heard you say situation dependent. So
yes.
Kyle, what do you think?
No, it's kind of true in the sense that it depends on the time in which I discover said book and what I'm kind of feeling. Like I'm willing to go on any journey a artist writer wants for me to go on, but I have to be in the right headspace for that story at that specific time. So what do I prefer? I mean, it's a really good question, but it just depends on the mood I'm in. Because sometimes I really like to get lost in a book and just fucking give me 20, 30 issues, whatever it is. It's like, I'll just keep reading. Or, you know what? There's been some one shots that are really fucking good. I'm like, you know what? Just give me a one shot story, quick,
one and
easy,
done, and
down
like
dirty,
that's sometimes,
and that's even harder, in my opinion.
I agree.
So,
and sometimes they're even more impactful because you remember them better. You know what I mean? That one book, you're like, dude, this single issue rocked my socks off.
Yeah, and you're like, I want more, and it's like, just a one shot. It's like, fuck. I think it just depends. Yeah.
I will say I was reading my X-Men 1 omnibus this past weekend, and dude, talk about getting lost. I was just sitting here, just like flipping, and I didn't even realize how long I'd been reading, but like hours passed, and I was like, oh my god, this was incredible. They're so fun, and like it's so adventurous. They're like going different places and fighting different villains, and the team like aspect of like incorporating everyone together and how their powers interact with each other, like so many different storylines, A plots, B plots. Like it's just so good that I just found myself lost. And so I think I like more of a longer, format to really just like immerse myself in and like the world building and stuff like that. I enjoy that a lot. The short runs are great because you can kind of see an end to it. If it's 4-issue mini, you know that there's going to be like a rise and fall, and that by the 4th issue, you should start wrapping things up. But yeah, I don't know. It's a great question. But so far, the chat, has voted. We've got 8 votes so far, and Long Epics seems to be taking it 60-40. So, all right. But that's a good split. Man, that's not... I think it really is tough to say, because like you guys said, you may be in the mood for having a 6-hour read where you're just like, I'm going to spend the rest of the day just reading my comics. But then other times you're like, I've got 15 minutes. I really don't have time to read an entire story arc. So, let's see. So I'll leave the poll up. So if you guys want to, give us your input, please feel free to do so. And then I wanted to say hi to Jay Blue. Great to see you, and thanks for being here tonight. Kaiser said, I've seen so many people open their blind bags and they have all been disappointing. Uh-oh.
Not here.
Not tonight, baby.
Nope. They're all bangers. So you know what? Everyone's a winner.
Yeah, you got to hype them up, Kyle. Like, no matter what you get, you're just going to be like, oh my God, it's cover C.
Oh, I got to be those stupid fucking breakers. Oh my God, bro, do you believe this?
All the whatnot guys. Hey, yo, we got, oh my gosh, what is this? Oh, man. And then finally, John Boy Myers, Mike McCone, some pretty big names.
Miko
Suyan, Arthur Sudan, Nathan Zerdy, Ben Templesmith. Hey, Peter Tomasi.
I'll definitely go talk to Pete. He's a good guy.
That would be sick. We definitely need to go talk to him and hang with him. Just to talk about his Super Sons stuff too.
Frank Thierry, look, not necessarily my favorite creator, but he's a hilarious guy. So if you have a thick skin and a good sense of humor, go talk to him.
Hey, some of his Aftershock stuff, Pestilence stuff was a fun fucking series.
It's
so good.
I've had stuff of his that I've absolutely loved, and I've had stuff of his that I absolutely hated. And I was like, oh fuck, Jin Saska, no.
Wait. We're still not done talking about Frank Thierry. Come on.
Well, you had to pull that shit. Look, if you're going to be at Dallas, if you're going to be at Dallas Fan Expo, I kind of want you to just walk by Frank Thierry and without any context or anything, just be like, hey, my mom said thanks for last night, and then walk away. Just do it. Just do it.
That'd be good. Yeah, didn't he give you crap in the DMs one time like
did.
that?
Yeah.
That's cool.
We've had a banter in the past, so I haven't spoken to him in years. I'd probably have to remind him who I am, but he's always been just a chill guy.
That's awesome.
And I will always have the most respect for him and Jimmy Palmiotti for what they did for Darwin Cook to honor Darwin Cook's legacy. By far my favorite panel that I've ever been to. It was even better than Jim Zub's. Sorry, I love that panel. That panel was great. But I've never felt what I felt in that panel of just all these different creators getting up there talking about the love for the industry, the love for the craft, how much they inspire each other to be, better, and just what it was like in the olden days. Not too old, but olden days compared to now. So it was
That's cool, man.
Great time.
When was that panel?
That would have been, 2016 maybe. It was the after whenever Darwin Cook died. It was right after that.
Man, that's almost a decade. Yeah, that's a decade ago, man.
Yeah.
Jeez. That's cool though. Thanks for sharing that. And look who it is. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Eric July.
The man.
Bro.
Otherwise known as what he is now formally known as Eric Ulai.
Ulai.
Eric Ulai.
Right stuff.
I need to get some t-shirts made. I just need a t-shirt that says Hibbity Jibbity, and then I need a t-shirt that says Eric Ulai.
That'll go over great with Rippaverse.
Yeah, I'll take my poster and be like, "Hey, bro, can you sign this?"
Oh boy!
Will you write hibbity jibbity?
Oh my god! Yeah, that would label you not only a detractor, but a no-fly zone on the security bodyguard list. So, just saying.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is he's very lucky that Gary's on his panel with him.
I was gonna say Gary came in clutch. That's for sure. So.
Oh, 100%. I don't want to murky those waters. No. More than I already do on here.
Right? And believe me, there's a portion of our video for this week is titled, blind bag openings, angry MCU fans, and comic company failures. And we'll get to that in just a little bit after, when we get to our news segment. But yeah, is it any surprise that Stephen Platt was supposed to be there and is now not there anymore?
No.
Pepe Larraz, Ivan Coelho, Don Rosa, Tony Daniel. That would have been cool to see him.
Yeah.
There. Yeah. Scott Hanna, Michael Golden, the best signature in the biz.
Oh, wow.
Damn. I was hoping for another $40 SIG.
Well, just wait.
Next year.
Yep. There's always Donny Cates.
Oh, thank God. Mm-hmm. So, all that being said, all in all, is there one creator that you guys are stoked for that you would beeline it to first day of the con? And two, what do you think of the overall presence of these creators? Like on a scale from 1 to 10, is it like a 9? They nailed it. This is going to be a great presence, or like a 5? It's like, I don't take it or leave it.
I'm going to give it honestly like an 8. I think they've got some really good people this year. And there's kind of been a little bit of a talk even within creators in the industry just about how Dallas is shifting in some ways to kind of be more creator driven. You're seeing more creators kind of want to push to come to Dallas. So I think it's interesting. I think if we can keep that pace for Dallas, I think it'll become even. Well, I don't know how you can make it bigger because the space doesn't allow for it, but they can figure something out. There's other rooms in that center that they can find out what they want to do. But I'm just glad that you have bigger name creators that are wanting to come to this, and I think that alone is a win. So
put an AT&T Stadium. Put it in there.
In the stadium?
You mean,
fuck yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
You mean freaking Jerry's World?
Hell yeah. Bring it in, baby. I mean, hell yeah.
No. Yeah. I've been on that field. It's not as big as the convention.
The whole campus, everything surround. Oh, come on.
Oh yeah.
I don't
know.
Jerry. Oh, he'd be loving that. Oh,
yeah, but
Jerry,
think about
who am I going to bring in here?
Even looking at the convention center, though, think about how many times we end up walking in on like the wrong side and have to like cross the country to get to where they actually. There's plenty of space there. They could expand if they wanted to.
Yeah. So. Josh, do you have like one artist or one pit? Like, if you could see just one guy at the show, was there one that you were like, yeah, this is the one I'm going to go see?
For nostalgic purposes, I'm going to say Pete Tomasi. Just I would really love to catch up with him. We spoke to him quite a bit when I was working for Batman News because he played a huge role throughout the New 52 with the stuff he was writing. And if I were going to go the non-nostalgic route, I'd probably want to go just talk to Chris Condon. I don't think he's blown up yet, but I loved that Texas Blood. I loved the Enfield Gang Massacre. I thought those were excellent books. I think he's showing promise for what he's could do with the big two if he gets editors that aren't shitty. So we'll see. But yeah, Pete Tomasi's probably at the top of that list.
Is Chris Condon doing Ultimate Wolverine?
Yep. And Green Arrow, but I haven't read Green Arrow.
Oh, so. His Green Arrow is poopy, but dude, I did. Yeah, I'll go talk to Chris Condon with you because if fact that he's doing Ultimate Wolverine, I'm genuinely impressed. So, Kyle, rating on this whole team up that we've got here, and then is there one creator that if you could talk to him, which one would you go see right off the bat?
Yeah, I'm with Josh. I'd give it like a 7 or an 8. It's pretty good. You don't have that one big name. You don't have the Jim Lee. You don't have the Frank Miller. You don't have the Todd McFarlane. You don't have the big celebrity artists.
Yeah.
Like you don't have that to
Bro,
really kind of push it.
You got Scott Snyder.
Yeah. Scott Snyder, come on. He's on the level of Jim Lee.
He's sure. He thinks he is.
That's my smug face. That's my come on. No, I'm kidding.
Look at the book. Look at Batman. How's that selling right now? Huh? Yeah, I'm the hottest.
Gangbusters. Oh, what are you kidding me? Absolute Buttman is the top selling book DC's had in 10 years.
So he's going to be riding in on cloud 9 into that place.
Yeah.
He's King Dick. It's like, all right.
So who's the fat slob who's going to cosplay as absolute Buttman this year? Oh, no. Okay.
Nope. No, not me. Not anymore.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
that's right.
But overall the list is great. It's again much better than C2E2 and much better than who showed up to Philly from what I heard. That show was shit. But yeah, I think the one person I didn't get a chance to see Ryan Otley, but to get stuff signed by him. I did pick up one of the C2E2 exclusives there from his booth though. Because they were fucking just selling like gangbusters. So I picked up one of the Conquest C2E2 ones. Who's not a pocket? It's like, come on, you have to expect it.
I love Kaiser though. Well, why did he block you? Indulge us.
It's like, oh, I called his mom a fat, so it's like, oh, well, that's probably then why he blocked you. But Jolly 12, I'm sorry to hear that. I think at this point, and we've said this before, you almost kind of have to expect that everyone is until they prove that they aren't.
Correct.
And they most likely won't, because if you even hint that you're a little bit red, you'll get banned from the industry. So,
yep. So it's best,
or you'll go to Ghost Machine.
Or you'll go to Ghost Machine.
But I'm sorry, Kyle. I interrupted you.
No, it's fine.
You got
none of those guys are showing up.
The
Ghost Machine's not showing up. I'm shocked.
That's a good point. Wait, where?
I mean, Jason doesn't show up to anything outside of Canada, basically. Maybe New York, but
I guess technically
Canada.
I guess technically Pete's Ghost Machine, but he's got
right. He had Rockefellers, right?
Yeah, and
they
Halo
need like a Ghost Machine booth.
Yeah. No, you're right. Look, that's part of the problem Ghost Machine has right now. Enough people don't fully know. Like, it blows my mind because I feel like in our sphere we talk about them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But if when I talk to LCS owners that I know, there's a lot of people that aren't. It's not even on their radar. And I'm like, dude, that's a like. Okay, shop owners, do more. That's a tragedy. I know you guys are doing everything. I'm just
right. But it's like, these are real names. It's not like, hey, check out this indie guy and take a shot on him. It's like, no. These are legit names that you all know. And they're putting out good books.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so.
That's a tragedy. A lot of missed opportunity, really.
Oh, yeah. They need to be at every show, if not the majority of these big shows, with a booth.
Yeah.
Honestly, they should have a Ghost Machine booth and they should have an Energon booth.
Yes.
Those are the two things that I think can really give boost image, but give Marvel and DC a run for their money in terms of like, hey, we have brands that are kind of essentially what you're looking for in the big two, but we're doing it better than they are right now. So come check us out.
100%.
And to showcase I use this word not in a manner that is disingenuous, but they have a diverse range of books, like an actual wide range of books where it's like, hey, you want robots? We got Transformers. Hey, you want like patriotic masculine action? You got G.I. Joe. Hey, you want a little bit of both? We got, what's that other one? Stupid one that I don't read. That's people like.
Nope. Sounds
like
really selling. Give me something. I need something. 2 words.
Something.
How many syllables?
It's the other robot one that's not
Void
Transformers, but Void Rivals. Yes, thank you. The Power Rangers one or whatever. And then same thing with Ghost Machine. It's like, hey, you want Twilight Zone? Cool, we got Hyde Street. Hey, you want Jim Lee style action video game-esque, cool, new universe? Try Rook. Yeah. So all right. And Chris said Redcoat, which from my understanding keeps getting better from what I keep hearing. So
this keeps building. Like it's just building on its lore. So
that's sweet.
Which I expect Rook will probably do the same thing. It's just been on hiatus. So
yeah.
So Kyle, you said Ryan Otley, which means that you would probably get some of those books signed, some of those Battle Beast books. So speaking of that, why don't we just get right into it? Because we've edged our fans for too long, and I say it's time to show them what they came for. So let's get right into show and tell. Okay, so I do want to promote Seeds of Evil, and I want to show this off. Josh has got his copy because, Kyle, if you would do the honors.
Yeah, so I had a meeting and we were trying to lock in a date for when we want to launch the Kickstarter for issue 1. And it's looking like June 20th. June 20, we're going to be launching the Kickstarter for issue 1. So now we're working with the team to get everything set up. Question in the back, yes?
Yeah, why couldn't you do this one day earlier?
I don't know.
Juneteenth, baby. Juneteenth.
It would show your solidarity, Kyle.
It would.
I might need to rethink that. Maybe. Maybe we'll do a Juneteenth special launch.
Yeah, it's just a black cover.
Yeah.
Woo!
That may work.
What a crazy variant cover that would be.
Oh. Oh, jeez.
So June 20th, you heard it here first, folks. Chat, fans, friends. June 20th, we will be, or Kyle will be launching the Kickstarter for Seeds of Evil. You may have gotten this book or seen this book previously on the show. This was the preview edition. This was the ash can that they were selling at C2E2. But the Kickstarter will be released. And once you guys see these covers, we've got Ale Garza. We've got Shane. Wait, can I say it?
You can say, yeah. Shane
Connery Volk, people. We've got, can I say... what else can I say? Or I'll let you kind of.
Oh, it's fine. So yeah, we have a lot. We got some really good, big, fun names on this. The big cover that I showed these guys that we locked in. This is the artist we were waiting on. So this guy, we were pushing back the to be determined date for the Kickstarter because Lucio Parrillo. We were waiting for his cover, and he was able to. Yep, Margariti. We were waiting for him to get his cover in, but he was able to get it done sooner. Which is then we were like, oh, yeah. I didn't anticipate this. It just like popped up. He's like, hey, I'm working on this. It's like, okay. So yeah, we're gonna have Lucio Parrillo's cover. I think that'll be the one. That's gonna be.
Yeah. That's the one. That's the one that I think a lot of people are gonna get.
Yeah.
But I think second, I mean, first in my book is Shane Connery Volks. I think that's the one that's my top. But I think more people are going to be accustomed to the Zibubis, and so
again. And I told Sean, I told everybody, sensual, not sexual.
Yeah.
Every cover,
it's good.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very much that. So
yeah. That's straight up. That's what if these guys can't do it, then I don't want it. And Ali Garza's is the same way. I told him, he said this was so much fun not doing the same stuff over and over again. So it kind of got him to do something else different, and he did. It was great. So I like his as well.
Yeah, there is a way to do it that's modest, but still, like you said, sensual. That almost is sexier because of that modesty a little bit. Because it's not just like straight up, here's a porn comic, right? It's like, oh no, we're still being creative, we're still being artistic, but it leaves you with a little bit of wonder. So
yeah. So we have that. Marco Fontanelli's doing another cover. He's doing like the main A cover, that side profile one Marco Fontanelli did. That's going to be the forever cover. That's in print forever. But he's doing another cover we're going to have for the Kickstarter. I kind of like this one better. This was the first one he did. That's going to be one. I think we're going to have 4 covers. I'm not sure what else we want to do for some other covers. Lorenzo Nicoletti, the interior artist, he did a cover as well. So yeah, I'm super excited about this. I'm ready to get it out there. The full issue is going to be out because that ash can just ended and it's hanging. Like, son of a bitch. Like, no, it's going to get good. I promise stuff actually happens. So I'm super excited, and I'm starting on issue 2 right now. We're may have some issue 2 preview pages in there. So the interior artist is doing something completely different for issues 2 and 3 that I wanted, and he's going to do it. So I'm super excited for that.
Cool, man. Hell yeah. Well, sweet. Now that we've got some of the bills paid, as they say, once we and chat fans, friends, subscribers, viewers, once we get this link for y'all to sign up or to share on Kickstarter, you bet your ass we will be linking it up like crazy. We'll be sending it out all over the place. It'll be on all our socials, and we'll be promoting it as much as we can because that's just what we do here. You can also find Aaron's book in the description of this live stream and Drew's book in the description of this live stream because we've got a ton of friends that are doing some really, really creative projects out there. So got to share their stuff. All right, my friend, you've got 4 blind bags that you bought. Oh, buddy. So what should we be expecting from these? Are we going to try and pull a issue number 2 holo super rare?
Are they okay? Do we know the numbers on any of these books and how rare they are?
Nope,
we don't.
I was trying to even find a single website that was showing all the covers that are potential covers for these blind bags, and you can't find it.
You can't.
I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
I can see a list of every cover, and I see the covers on the back of the issue 1. You can see collect all these epic Battle Beast covers, and I'm like, I don't know if all of these are available in the blind bag. I don't know.
I believe every variant is an option for the blind bag.
Okay. And then you get the 3 specials. You get the Invincible 19 foil. You get the Battle Beast number 2, and then you get that Marvel Team Up cover as well.
Yeah, but we saw last week that super rare Battle Beast number 2 was going for like $10 on eBay. So I don't. There were multiple
super rare. Yeah.
No one sees it.
Yeah.
I would like to get issue 2 just because I want to read it.
That's kind of my thing. Like, it seems cool to be able to read it a month early. So
yeah.
Kaiser, that's the hot pick I would love for you to grab as well. Because then what that does for us is you could take pictures of it and send it to me. So yay.
Exactly.
Not Josh though, because he didn't like the book. See, we actually liked it.
Yeah, see, that's true. So I'll just share it with you, Max.
Look, I'm really curious when we talk comics later. I'm curious to see if we have another moment like that again this week. So
maybe not as divided, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't.
Think 90s. Think 90s. Okay. 90s art and 90s characters.
Okay.
Like I'm in the car, Andrews. All right, so yeah, you'll once you start splitting the top off these bad Larrys, I'll put you full screen and we'll see what you got.
All right, let's go.
First one. This is one out of 4. Don't cut the actual comic.
I was about to say, oh my god, he cut the comic, and it's like one of the sketch comics. Oh
no,
bro! What it is? I actually meant to do that. It wasn't a miscut at all. I was supposed to do that.
It's an artistic decision.
It's an artistic decision, dude. Right, if you do get one of those sketch covers, the reaction we're gonna have is gonna be,
oh.
I'm not mad about that.
No,
he pulled a sketch cover.
Not mad.
I'm just gonna say if Ryan Otley's doing stuff, remarks, something, I don't know, something.
That'd be sick.
Okay.
Sketches.
Not mad.
It's a nice. I mean, we even saw that one cover that Ryan Kincaid did, and that was sick.
Yeah.
So you could even have Arcade do something.
Yeah.
But that's funny that you called that
Bulk, Shane at CV.
Oh, could you imagine? How would he do battle? Like
I may hit him up. Be like, hey, if I
be like,
what do you think? Dude. What do you think about that? He'd be like, no, fuck you. I'd be like, all right, that's fair.
He'd be like, you've already asked me to do way too much.
Like, who are you again? That's right.
Yeah,
I got
it. That's funny that you called that, Josh. Sketch cover. Nice.
All right, are we taking any bets? All right, taking bets on the next one.
I think it's going to be cover B. Not Brett Booth.
Finch,
David Finch.
Okay.
Yeah. Josh.
Fuck, I don't even remember which covers are which. And
boy. All right. Yeah. Let me see if I can.
The 1 in 50, 1 in 25, 1 in 10, 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000.
So
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It may be if it's any one of the rares, it's gonna be like the team up one with like Spider-Man and
Invincible, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what Beyond Wednesday was saying. He's going team up 19.
All right.
I'm with Brian here from Beyond Wednesdays. I'm thinking it's going to be either team up 19 or just like a regular cover B.
What was the gayest cover that we saw? That's what I'm going for.
Oh,
well, that's what Josh is hoping for. So this is what we're looking at in terms of covers. So he could potentially have this one.
Okay.
That's cover B.
I like it.
Second printing, that's probably not going to be in there. Was this a second printing as well? Yeah, second printing. Hold on. Here's the 1 in 100.
Yeah.
This was the foil.
I think that was the foil. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. This is the 1 in 1,000. So
okay.
I haven't seen anyone pull that one though.
Okay, I'll take that.
This would be that would be sick.
Okay.
I'll take one of those.
I'll take anything at this point.
Yeah.
So for those who are wondering though, we are looking for the issue number 2 foil ultra rare. That is our goal for tonight. That's our hope. So that's what we're chasing, Omni.
All right.
That's what we're hoping for. All right. Let's get into number 2, numero dos.
All right, numero dos.
How are you feeling about this one?
I feel pretty good.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Feeling lucky, punk.
Cover
cover A.
Cover A.
Woo! Guys, it's cover A.
Oh my god!
Wow. We pulled a cover A. Did you have cover A or have you not gotten
No, this is what I got.
All right. Well then so far you've got 2
out.
books that you don't have. Yeah.
Sure.
And you didn't have to pay like $25 for it or anything.
Right? All right. 2 more. Maybe 3.
We'll no. Don't open the 5th one. Don't open the 5th one. You keep that.
Hey, you gotta press your luck, all right? All right. Are we doing the next one, or are we going to go on to something else? Are you going me to do these? You want to spread this out throughout? Okay.
Yeah. No, go for it.
I want to see it.
Don't we all?
We got Chris saying it's going to be cover B. Jeez. Also, Omni said we can all retire now that you got cover A.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's funny.
All right, are you ready?
Ooh.
Is that the John Boy Myers, or is that?
That's
EJ Sue.
EJ
Sue. Cover D.
Cover D, as in double D's. Nice.
Double D's.
I like that. That's cool. Chris says, I got that one. Nice.
Oh, good company.
All right.
All right.
And we are on number 4 now.
Last one.
Number 4.
Last one.
Last one.
All right.
So far, I mean, I don't think you can be too upset.
I'm not upset.
No.
We haven't gotten any duplicates.
I don't really care. It's just something fun and stupid to do.
It is fun. It's exciting. And my heart rate is, I'm like, my blood pressure's not. No,
I mean, $3.99 for these. You just buy. It's like, fuck yeah, I'll just keep ripping these all day.
Why not?
I'll probably buy a few more on eBay because why the fuck not?
If they're now, are they all $4 on eBay plus shipping or whatever, or have they like skyrocketed in price?
Recently, I don't know. I don't know now.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I will check while y'all do your magic.
All right, last one, best one.
Alrighty, last one, best one.
Last one, best one.
You got to manifest the foil. You got to manifest the rareness. I can feel it. Yeah, blow on it.
All right.
Smart. Yep.
All right.
I can feel
ready?
it. Yep. Yes, sir. Oh.
Oh,
no way.
Oh, wow.
You can't.
No freaking way. Yo,
that's wild.
Clutch. Woo! That is sick, man. Hell yeah. Oh my God. So that's the one. That's literally the one that we've been saying. We've wanted all night. And it comes on the last bag. Are you kidding me?
Last bag magic.
Wow. Hold up. That looks sick, bro.
That actually does look sick. That looks way better in real life than the image does. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And that foil does a lot for it. So
it does.
Now I feel really bad.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good pull, bro. Good pull.
Yeah.
That's it for me. I'm out of here. You've been
good night, everyone. That was a good show. Now Kyle really can retire. He doesn't need us anymore.
Never see him Screw you, losers. I never liked you anyway.
Wait, now you got to flip through it. How does it look? How does the second issue look?
All right, let's take a look. See here.
Yo, I cannot believe that we pulled that. Well, you pulled it.
Either. I really.
That's so sick.
Oh no! I'm just kidding. It's okay.
Can we show it? I don't know.
Okay.
Do we risk showing it? Ooh.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So. Oh damn.
Omni's wondering if you're gonna slab that bad, Larry.
Duh. That's what you do with everything, right?
Yeah. 9.9.
Better
yellow
be.
label. Yeah.
Yep. No, I'm not gonna fucking slab this shit.
So
I'm gonna read it.
Michael says, "Great pull, Kyle. Yeah, it's all in the magic fingers. Kyle's got the magic hands." You need to go gamble tonight or something.
I got one more. Are we going, baby? Are we doing
No,
it?
absolutely not.
We're gonna do one more. We're gonna
No, we have to end on. Oh man.
You got a hot hand. Come on.
Oh, we gotta. No. I'll kick you from the show if you try and open.
I got to go down to OTB, put some money on the ponies. Let's go.
Ponies.
I cannot believe you just pulled that.
I honestly like
I knew that they weren't, 1 in 1,000 rare, but I thought that they were rare enough to where it's like 1 in maybe 10 that you'd pull.
That's what I was kind of assuming.
Yeah.
That it was just like, okay. And I tried to buy them from like a few different people on eBay. So it's not all just, I bought 5 from the same thing just to kind of mix it up if that had anything to do with it. But I don't know.
Dude, clutch buy. You are a proud owner of a foil ultra rare issue number 2. Early release. That is
the one I wanted. Cool. The one I wanted.
And honestly, I'm low-key / high-key very jealous because that's the one I want. Now I have to go on eBay and pay some rando $10 for it.
No, they got it for $4.99.
Kyle got it for $4.99.
No, they have it on eBay for $4.99.
Oh, do they?
Well, there you go.
Two different sellers. But I was gonna say, watch. We're gonna have everyone's got these, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, I can't sell it. I can't even get like $4.99 for it." And then the second issue is gonna drop. The regular issue is gonna drop, and then it's gonna be like, "Oh my god, they introduced this new character. It's a key issue," and then it's gonna like boost back up again. Watch, just watch.
Because the actual first appearance will be the ultra rare.
Yeah, exactly.
But what's funny is that if I were to buy that issue right now off of eBay, I don't think I'd have as much fun because I didn't actually pull it. So I'd be like, oh, well, it doesn't matter anyway.
For that, yeah.
There is something cool about pulling that and being like, oh wow, like,
yeah,
that's pretty fun.
I should get this graded. I should grade the bag.
Yeah, grade the bag.
Yeah,
the bag.
Omni says, do you guys think the blind bag gimmick will become the new big gimmick thing for the comic industry?
I hope not. I really hope not.
I think Brian from Beyond Wednesdays, him and his crew talked about this, and we may have mentioned it last week when we talked about this. I think if Marvel and DC see how well this does, they may do it for like movie releases like Avengers Doomsday or whatever the new thing is. But then if it becomes like everything where it's just every new number 1, there's a blind bag thing, then it will just become a nuisance and it'll just be like, okay, here we go again. I like the exclusivity of it and I like the fun of it for something big like this. It should only come around once in a while.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think if you do, special events. If Marvel and DC wanted to do with special events, sure, fine. I can understand it. I don't like the idea of doing it, but if it gets some interest and some conversations going, then sure, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be very frequent. I mean, infrequent and very rare. And again, like I've said before, keep the price point down and the barrier to entry low, and to get a lot of people to do it. The reason I bought 5 of them is because they were so cheap. These were $10 each. No. Like I'm not doing that.
That's the thing. And which is why I like this incentive a lot, because now you're getting kids involved too. Because if you keep the price point low, everyone can get involved. It's not just speculators. It's not just collectors. It's now kids. It's now new readers. It's anyone who wants to pick one up for the fun of it. So
agreed.
And it's more fun to buy them in bulk. So if you get 5, it's still not breaking the bank. You can still, do $20 and be like, cool, that was fun. Why not?
This is fun. It's stupid fun. Like I don't, and it's not like, it's not like opening a pack of cards or a box of cards where I'm like, I spent $400 on this fucking box of cards with 5 cards in it, and I have to hit this one card to pay for this thing because 9 times out of 10, every card in here is worth like $20, and you're fucked.
Yeah. Plus, I feel like with like Pokemon cards, too, you get a lot of stuff that's just kind of like, I could honestly just throw this in the trash. It's either a lot of duplicates.
Those plant energy cards. They're worth like a whopping 23 cents. Okay.
Yeah, the Pokemon cards. Come on. Mm-hmm. Beyond Wednesdays, our main man Brian says smart retailers are using them as giveaways if you buy items.
Smart.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
That's
cool.
Smart.
Yep.
I like that.
It's real smart.
That's sick. Thanks for sharing, man. Agreed. Price point is key. Needs to be a higher ratio of hits, though. 400,000 plus copies. Come on. Yeah.
Also agreed. These things need to be. We need to know the print run number or something like cards do. Like we need to know how many there are. You can't just say ultra rare.
Yep. We need to get. And that's the question. Do they number each issue? Do they number each bag? Or do they like? Because like you said, with cards, if they say there are only going to be 5 books in these blind bags that we've made, and so then it's like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. It's like there's still one more golden ticket out there, right? Mm-hmm. So then someone's waiting for that 5th book to be pulled.
Yep.
And everyone's wondering, where is it? Right?
Yeah.
So there's
cool baseball cards decades old that have never been pulled, and people will open up old bags from the 90s and find old shit that have just never been opened before, and it's like
totally
that's cool.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Well, Max, you know that we were going through a shed on my parents' property recently, and we found a box. We found a box, and inside that box were boxes of baseball cards that are all unopened.
Wow! Oh my god!
Damn,
that's good. Kyle's like, how do I get my hands on them?
Yeah.
She. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sweet, man. Hey, well, thank you so much for doing that with us. That was actually super fucking fun.
At my expense, you're welcome. You know what?
Yeah, my dumb monkey brain is like, open another one.
Keep going, baby.
You're ride the high.
Yeah.
But that's actually really exciting though, because right after this, I expect a video flip through of showing us the pages. I want to see that issue too, baby.
I will show you.
Oh boy, Marvel's getting ideas. But can they follow through? That's the thing. Do they have the competency to do so?
They'll make it stupid and lame.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For Jeff the Land Shark.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, no.
They're Disney homage covers.
Oh no. Oh well. What's happening, Jared? Great to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well, brother. And hope you're having a fun night. Enjoy your weekend, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, sir. We will be talking about this in just a moment, but yeah, pretty wild news. This happened just today, so we're excited about it. We'll talk about it. Yeah. So now that we kind of went through our show and tell, and we opened some blind bags, we'll get into the news. I did want to showcase that I did actually get my chamber chill.
Hey.
Yes, sir. So. It is beautiful.
Isn't it nice? Like in person.
So rad. Oh, dude, the ads look straight out of the 50s or 60s. Like,
yeah, 100%.
Perfect. It is a perfect reprinting. Mm-hmm. I do like what they did on the back of the bag and board though too, which I thought was kind of cool. Like they have their logo and their like, I don't know, their promotional stuff as the backing board.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before, so I was like, that's pretty smart,
kind of genius.
So Chamber Chill's annual #1 first printing. You can scan the QR code for a free digital copy of the book, and then it has their logo up top. So like normally you get a backing board and it just has the white, you know, your normal BCW backing board or whatever, but this is brilliant to actually print your stuff on the back of the backing board. That makes it way more fun. I like it. So
agreed.
Smart stuff. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we got a lot of news to cover, so let's get right into the news. with James Gunn's Superman right around the corner. Sorry, excuse me.
Whoa, Max. Whoa. Sorry, I have to interrupt you. We have breaking news.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Oh. Golden Patriot is still at $86,000 in sales. Okay, thanks.
Whoa.
Still under $100,000.
But it's a success.
Wait, check again. Are you sure about that? Are we sure? Are there eyes on the ground? Are we getting real time?
Yeah.
You know.
Yes, $86,235 in sales.
Hang on a second.
Wow.
I need to confirm that. Wait.
Extreme close up.
And whoa!
Oh.
Extreme close up. Enough fooling around here. But thank you for the update.
That's the hard-hitting journalism that you get. You need that.
That's what
just call me Lois Lane.
Hey, and look at that segue. Speaking of Lois Lane, Superman's James Gunn movie comes out this summer. And don't you guys want to get the new cover of Superman Unlimited?
Hell yeah.
With none other than James Gunn starring Superman? I mean, Superman starring James Gunn?
That's it.
I mean,
yay.
It is Dan Mora.
I was going to say, it's a good-looking cover. I'm just like... I'm sick of James Gunn being the star of the show. Like, I'm not here for James. Look, I respect James Gunn. I think he's done good stuff. I'm here for Superman. Get out of the fucking way and let us have Superman.
Please.
Yeah. It almost looks like he's standing in front of Superman on this cover.
He is.
Yeah. It's like, really, dude?
He probably is. Yeah. It's his movie. Come on, Kyle.
Yeah. Fuck off, dude. It's not Superman Unlimited. It's Gunn Unlimited. Featuring Superman.
At least the suit looks better here.
I was about to say, this is ironically the best that suit has looked.
Yeah. Too funny. Well, all right. Well, okay. Let's be real. Maybe James Gunn isn't your thing, but who else is a pop culture icon that we could potentially put on another Superman cover? This guy, right?
Off.
Shit.
Hey, everyone loves late night shows, right? People still watch late night shows. Who doesn't?
Old people that are definitely not reading comic books, I can tell you that.
Who doesn't love your classic liberal, TV or late night show host?
Now, if he was in the vaccine thing with the
oh my god,
syringe
when they were dancing with the
syringes, I think I might get that cover.
Could you imagine?
Superman being like, Pfizer, and he just
Pfizer
everywhere. I'd buy that.
Superman's like, I need a kryptonite needle to, shoot me up.
I'm doing my part.
Yeah. Oh my god. So, yeah, well, so like I said, guys, if you don't want to support the James Gunn cover, at least go out and support the world's finest Colbert cover. Can you believe that they forced Dan Mora to drop both of these?
Oh, that check probably helped.
This one is better. This one is just I just hate this.
I wish they would have just made that the other cover just Superman and Lois.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Like David and Rachel, just let them be on. Like, honestly, it looks like a good depiction of David. I mean, it's a little cross of more Superman and David there, but
yeah,
and
I
don't know.
He did the collar a little bit lower here too. I feel like so he didn't do the collar as bold as it is in the movie, but
I love the dimples, like the dimple.
He nails the look for sure. Yeah. Dan Mora completely conveys the look, so that's for sure. All right, well, enough of the pansy stuff. Let's get into some. I'm feeling jacked. I'm feeling full of testosterone. We just pulled an issue number 2 foil ultra rare. Now it's time for the Punisher is back, baby.
Oh, with the skull.
Hey, all right, with the skull.
All right, me likey.
This comes to us mere hours ago, 3:15 this p.m. So this was literally like 3 or 4 hours ago. Frank Castle returns to the Marvel Universe to reclaim the Punisher mantle this September. A new limited series from Benjamin Percy and Julius Ota promises to be the most violent story in Punisher history.
That won't happen, but all right.
Yeah, no, that won't happen.
I was gonna say,
I'm pretty sure they did stuff they aren't even allowed to do in print anymore, and some of those Punisher Max and
Comics embraces hashtag Frank. Yeah. About time. Now, don't mess it up, Marvel, says Jared. But who am I kidding? It's Marvel. That's you're not wrong, Jared.
It's Marvel and it's Ben Percy. Like, no offense.
Yep.
It's gonna be a snooze fest. I'm sorry.
Well, it's right here, boys and girls. If we do have to remember, Ben Percy is the creator and writer of Moon Baby. Which was Kyle's worst book of 2023.
And rightfully so.
And it deserved it.
Yes,
rightfully so.
Yep.
So without reading the article, because we are going to get into the article talks about the story arc, what the story arc is going to be, how many issues, and then it actually gives us some preview pages. So we're going to go through the preview pages.
Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty big news.
All right.
This is really breaking. Do we have hope with Ben Percy? Yeah.
No.
That's my fear.
No.
Who do we think who could have done it better?
Someone other than Ben Percy.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, if I'm gonna be completely honest, if you wanted to really make news with this, throw fucking Donny Cates on there.
I was literally gonna say Donny Cates.
And tell him to go ham.
Yep.
Like, if you want to. Also for other reasons, like if Marvel's gonna do something with Donny Cates, there's a reason. Yeah. So this would get the sales that Marvel would need to maybe make up for a little something, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I honestly, if I were gonna do it, and if I wanted to be noble and be like, hey, we're gonna give you another shot, let's mend these bridges and work together because I think we can make something good, I would go Donny Cates, and I'll have to look at Julius's art, but just based on this image, I'm not sure if that's the artist I'd want on this book. But yeah,
we'll kind of look at some of these covers too.
And
you'll kind of go,
yeah. I just, as far as Ben goes, for me, the best thing Ben Percy's ever written was a 2-issue story that was in Detective Comics during the New 52, and then he had an okay run on Green Arrow, and nothing else has ever lived up to that.
Kyle, how are we feeling after your worst book of 2023 will be writing Punisher?
Not good.
Yeah.
Not good. And his Predator versus Wolverine was gay as fuck. So.
I was about to say, but it was so badass. His what was it? The 10 Deaths of Wolverine was badass.
Jesus God. Yeah, he just fucking snooze after snooze and shit after shit. So I'm not excited for this at all. I'm really terrified, actually.
Terrified is a good feeling right now.
The more I see, the more I'm more worried for this.
Oh, just you wait, my friend. Lord Tatman says they need Garth Ennis on Punisher. So my fear, Tatman, is that Ennis has fallen into a he's got a mind worm. He's got a brain worm in him right now. And he seems to not be able to let it go. Now, he did recently do a Punisher story. What was that called? Like Punisher, where he has to break Nick Fury out.
Get Fury.
Get Fury. Yeah. Thank you.
It had ups and downs. Like on one hand, it was great because you could tell someone that's a competent writer that understands how the world works and has a basic understanding of military was writing the book. Yeah. And that shouldn't be a huge thing, but in today's day and age, that's a huge thing. So that was a win. But then he also just did some crazy stuff that it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yep.
So yeah.
Ennis's Punisher is the only one I care about, says Jack Frost. Get Fury, and it was pretty damn good. Well, there you go. Yeah, I'm so Lord Tapman. If you read any of Ennis's, what was that book, Kyle? It was the horror anthology, right? That Ennis was on.
Crossed?
No, not Crossed. The one that we read that was all about abortion.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, he did the shorts of
Creepshow.
Yeah. Oh my fuck. Yeah, that was
so if you read Creepshow, you will finally understand. Yeah.
Or go read Ribbon Queen. Same thing.
Yeah.
He just was not good. Hey, Nadia, what's up, lady?
We've got Nads here. Someone say horror. Yes, ma'am. Man, you showed up right on time. So great to see you, Nads. Hope you're doing well. Get Fury was noteworthy for having Frank and White Nick Fury in a modern book, says Fiend. You are correct, sir. Yep, 100%. So let's go ahead and read this article. So it says, rejoice, Punisher fans. Frank Castle returns to reclaim the mantle this September in Punisher Red Band. Oh, boys, it's Red Band.
Are we going to get Red Band covers? It's
kind of like their version. Say again?
Are we going to get the Red Band covers? The red?
I think so it's going to be like a regular book and then a Red Band cover book?
Because it's called Red Band, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like Punisher Max, but now it's just Red Band.
It sounds gayer, but all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. A 5-issue mini. Okay, so 5 issues. Okay. Courtesy from the creative team, Ben Percy, Julius Otha, who previously collaborated together on the Helverine series. Here we go, Kyle. Polybagged for your delight.
Yeah, that's all you had to see. You had me a polybag, baby. I'm there. Woo!
Red Band, polybag, baby.
Yeah.
Wait, let's clarify. They're polybagged for explicit content.
Yeah. You know what that means.
Yeah. Not a damn thing. There's gonna be nothing explicit there.
Yeah.
Oh, you wait and see. There's gonna be some drops of blood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I mean, Josh, Comics Beat, because they're a very reputable source, says that Marvel is touting this miniseries as the most violent in Punisher history. They also said that for what's that smell?
Is that bullshit?
I'm wafting.
Yeah, I'm getting a little
bullshit.
bit.
That's what it is. Damn, that's what it is. You nailed it. They also did that with the Wolverine series, the one where he was like fighting Sabretooth. About a year ago or so, where it was like a weekly or bi-weekly book or a bi-monthly book, and it was not that brutal at all. But
yes, it was. And then Capullo's covers were bad too.
not
bad.
Badass.
Bad.
Yeah,
bad to the bone.
That's
Mm-hmm.
Bad.
Marvel says reread and reload, true believers. Frank Castle is back with no memories. Wait, what?
What?
Wait, what?
So why is he Punisher?
So wait, how does he know?
So he's regular man.
With no memories, but a full clip and a thirst for wrathful vengeance.
What does he need vengeance for if he doesn't remember anything?
Right.
I don't remember.
I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh man.
Why does he need answers? What is he searching for answers? He doesn't remember anything.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have answers, so that's what he's searching. He's searching for answers that he doesn't know the question to in the first place, because he doesn't have any memory.
Ooh, that's high science.
Actually, you know what? If this book is just him going up to random people, blowing their heads off, and being like, "You know something about me," and they're like, "I don't even know who you fucking are. Like, get away.
Who are you, Mister?
Who are you?
You're one of them, aren't you? What,
Mister? You're scaring me. You're one of them." You're one of them lizard people, aren't you?
Right.
Oh, man. Jared, you are right. I guess it could be worse with Tom King. I guess. So,
yeah.
It would be worse.
It would be worse.
It would be worse.
You'd cuck him.
Well, he's already been cucked by Jason Aaron, so it wouldn't.
Yeah, but this would be like a new mommy cuck instead of like
Oh,
this would be the
interesting.
You would find out that Tom King, and I'm not even joking. Tom King would probably make something where his mom abused him, and that's part of the reason he's a rebel and has violent tendencies. And by abused, I mean sexually abused, because it's Tom King. Yeah,
hardcore sexual.
I could see that.
Yep.
Nad says, I miss you, Max. Oh, Nadia, I miss you as well. And I hope you and Chris are doing wonderfully. And let's catch up soon. Maybe I'll give you a call and we can all catch up and hang out. And you're not too far from me. So maybe we can do something in the real world. We can go touch grass. So
touch grass.
Trust me, says Jack. Ennis has written some shite, but he's written some excellent titles. Oh, for sure.
Well, yeah, we're not 100%. Denying that, but recently he's written some shite.
Yeah.
Recently, he leans more to the shite of things.
Yeah.
Correct.
Could only be chronicled in a Red Band series. Bullets will fly, blood will flow, and citizens and criminals of New York City alike will fear the name The Punisher. So already, like I said, with no memories, I immediately was like, you heard the record scratch, and I was like, what now?
Yeah.
This is what Ben Percy has to say about it.
Uh-oh.
Frank Castle, the dark-hearted vengeance machine, the monster who fights monsters, is one of my all-time favorite characters, and Punisher is a series I've been gunning to write for a long, long time. Not only is Frank back in black, but this is a Red Band book. You know what that means. I'm going to lean in fully and push the very limits of my favorite genre. This is where he lost me. Hairy psychopaths. Do we think that Punisher is a psychopath? That's the one thing I'm like,
I mean,
is Ben gonna write him as like this? Because remember in the Jason Aaron run, he was a child, he was like a kid psychopath.
He was Michael Myers,
Exactly, yeah. And completely ruined the character from that point on. Is Ben gonna follow that line of storytelling?
Okay. I just wanted to, before we answer this, I pull up the actual definition of psychopath. And let's look at it from this. So a psychopath is a person affected by chronic mental disorder with abnormal or violent social behavior. I think if you take the back half of that, it is the Punisher.
Yep.
Someone with abnormal or violent social behavior.
Yep.
Totally.
I don't think he has a mental disorder. I think if you break someone to a point, you can have a broken individual without a mental disorder. So,
would PTSD count as a mental disorder? He really has that.
I think so, right? I think that's classified as a mental disorder, PTSD. Or sorry, not a disorder, but a disability.
I see. I don't know.
Because you can get from the military disability status with your PTSD.
So this is saying that it's recognized as a mental health condition, but they're not considering it necessarily a disorder, even though disorder is in the title of PTSD.
Yeah.
See, this is how I think. I think Frank is perfectly rational. So Jack Frost says Frank Castle is perfectly rational. I think that he makes,
from his point of view, he's he's rational, sure.
Yeah. Well, from his crusade on crime. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think a rational thinking person would go to the lengths he goes to.
Sure, yeah.
So, but that's what makes this character so unique, and that's a story you can tell. That is very interesting. So when you take away his memories and everything about him, and then
it makes him
guy here, it's like, well, what are we doing?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I think what I meant to say is he's not like what he does is not rational. It is very violent and over the top and very concerning. But the way that he does it is very calculated. It's thought through, right? It's logical. It's strategic. Yeah, like it's not sporadic and just like I'm gonna kill everyone. You know,
right?
Yeah,
most of these people I'm going after do deserve to die. So yes, it's rational in thinking that some of these people should not be allowed to live.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that. Call me old-fashioned.
Yeah, call me old-fashioned.
That covers.
Oh, you don't like the Chichetto?
No, he has his dick out. Like
Ooh,
that is very. Look at that shotgun. Is his erect penis hardcore?
Yeah, he's grabbing onto that.
He's grabbing on.
But the logo's back, so that's good.
Yep, that's a plus.
That's a plus. We got shells. Hey, you never see that. You very rarely see that where shells are actually spewing out of the firearms that are being, utilized.
True.
These next covers are something. So this one is okay.
Oh no.
I'm not a huge fan
of the bisexual lighting.
Yeah.
I get it's red and blue.
It's supposed to be
cop,
but
it
looks more
gay.
pink and
like
blue.
A nightclub.
Yeah.
This is the one that I'm concerned about.
Oh no, that's supposed to be. That's not Zaxx.
I don't know who this is, but
because that's a Zaxx pose.
Oh yeah, no, that is Zaxx, Mike Zaxx, right? That's his signature.
That is his signature.
I don't know about this one.
Oh no.
So.
Yeah, who's the bisexual?
I mean,
who did the bisexual?
That is weird. Who is that?
EM Gist. EM Gist. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. So, yeah, I don't know.
Oh Jesus.
So what about the interiors?
Okay.
So this looks cool.
Right.
So it reads, in the left vastus lateralis, he knows from the rate of coagulation and swelling, along with the lingering smell of sulfur, that this gunfight happened within the past 10 minutes. He knows that the 9mm Uzi, which feels good and reassuring in his hands, has a 32-round magazine, and it is empty.
I don't like it. I like the idea of it. I don't like the execution of it.
Yeah.
The idea of him smelling and understanding when shots were fired based on the intensity of the smell. I like the way Percy tries to make it flowery. I hate.
Yeah.
It almost reminds me of how Aaron Sorkin would write in The West Wing and like The American President, where a liberal who clearly hates guns will try to overly talk about guns as if they're a fucking expert on guns, and they're not. That's what that came across as.
Look, guys, we've got censored images because it's badass.
Because it's
a
red
head.
Band.
It's blood.
Whoa. And then we get the caption, all of this he knows, but not his name.
So he just doesn't know his name?
I don't think he knows anything.
But so then he's just like, why am I wearing this thing? What the? Why do
I? None of this makes sense at that point.
Yeah,
like this is interesting.
Yeah,
he sees red. Red, the color of pain, is all he knows. Not where he is, or when he is, or even who he is.
Oh,
he is a body that has been shot in the occipital bone.
So he no reason for doing anything.
Correct.
Like the pure basis of why he's the Punisher does not exist.
His memory of his family being shot in the
But also his skills. Like you got to learn how to be effective in the way that he is physically. Yeah. So if he doesn't remember anything, you might have muscle memory kick in out of instinct, but he's not going to be going after people. He's going to be like, oh man, that's scary. like
Jason Bourne sort of thing.
God.
Well, he's going to have like Marine Corps, like hand-to-hand combat skills. And he's going to be like, why do I know all this?
This sounds awful. I wanted to like this and it sounds freaking terrible.
And yeah, I'm with you, Josh. So this, I saw this, I was excited. I was like, hey, that's fun. No, I do not have any hope in this. Call me a detractor, call me a birthday party clown. But like, if you read this does not seem interesting to me. I'm not liking what this has shown us so far. Yeah, man, I don't know. But he's got the logo.
Sure. You'll have things that look like Punisher, but it's not Punisher.
But not actually him.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
He'll sound way too gay in his head for Punisher, but I don't know. There is something that could be interesting about if you take a character and take everything away from them, will they end up in the exact same place that they started? Meaning, if you take away what the Punisher is and Frank Castle is he just going to be predisposed? No matter what you do, he will always end up being the Punisher.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what you do. And that is something that could be interesting to go down this path with this character and take all the urgency, take everything away. What will happen to them? I don't know. You can make it however you want to make it, and there could be a compelling story there. But this just seems like a half-assed, lazy attempt at something that I don't know what's he trying to say here with this.
That's the question. And I wonder if he is trying to do what you just said, Kyle, where even if you take away everything from a hero's intrinsic nature, do they always come back to who it was that they were always supposed to be, which is their core, the core of their identity, which is Frank will always be the Punisher, right?
Right.
And maybe Ben Percy explores that.
I doubt it.
I don't know.
He doesn't ever seem to think that deep. I like, if I'm being honest.
But he's known as like, oh, sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, and look, I'm gonna say if you're really are bringing Frank Castle back from hell to try to keep some continuity here of how Jason Aaron fucked this character up. I honestly going like a Bourne Identity type approach might work, but you would have to establish that he's been kind of living for months not knowing who he is or what's happening, and you can start with him like someone trying to mug him, and then he realizes he's got this muscle memory, and he starts having like maybe flashes of things, and let him rediscover who he is. Don't just be like, oh, he doesn't remember anything, but he's still the Punisher. Like that is so 90s bullshit explosions. Like,
hey,
it just,
I like the 90s.
There's when it's done well, but there are also plenty of things in the 90s that were like, what's that? You like explosions? We got them over here. You know? And this feels like what this is reminiscent of. I don't know. I think there's a lot you could do here. They're not taking advantage of it. I don't have faith in Percy. And unfortunately, I think this isn't going to work for them. I feel like Percy's going to take the approach of like Frank kills the way he does because he takes pleasure in it. I don't think that's Frank. I don't think it's a pleasure thing. I think he's just so damaged.
He kills like he's just clocking in for another day of work.
Yeah.
He's seen so much at this point. He is a man who's been so demoralized and so desensitized to the brutal violence that he experiences day in and day out.
Yeah.
That it is just him taking out the trash or washing the dishes.
Well, and that's kind of how I kind of think about him too, is like he's suffered so much pain.
Yeah.
And his mission is to eradicate the people that cause that pain. And he knows he's not a good guy. He knows it's not the righteous thing to do, but he knows the world would be a better place without those people causing that pain.
And he knows he's the only one who can do it. And he knows that he's condemned, he's cursed. He's the one who's been given this role because no one else can do it. No one else has the balls or the guts or whatever you want to call it. He knows that he's been cursed with this crusade against crime. And that's why he's like, he doesn't care if he dies. He doesn't care if he lives. He is out to kill as many as possible. But like you said, not in a way for experiencing pleasure, but because he just at the core of his being believes so much in his war that he will do anything to try and, like you said, eradicate all crime.
Yeah.
Right. Or even any type of redemption arc. He's not trying to atone for sins even at most points. He's just like, there's a fucking job that needs to be done. And I see a lot of these fucking heroes taking half measures that do not solve the problem. And it's getting these fucking pieces of shit off the street and they need to be fucking killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of that we're talking about, the writer has to understand every single aspect of this to be able to write them well and not subvert or whatever. But I don't think people really understand that everything that we're talking about is the core to the character. And they just see him as this like rampaging, angry, psychopathic, alt-right fantasy, and it's just like he is so much more than that, and there's so much more depth to that character that can not just be explored but can really have some pretty cool stories written about him. That it's sad.
I feel like Ben Percy is going to be one of those writers that leans into the whole like, oh, he's been sociopathic and psychopath, suffer from psychopathy since he was a kid.
100%.
I feel like that's probably going to end up coming back up when he finally does remember, because he's going to. And I think that's so far away from what this character needs to be. And just because we said it, like, is he psychopathic? I think there is a fine line between you endure things that maybe give you PTSD that make you a certain way versus like there is something chemically wrong with how you think and process. Yeah. And I think the second is more of psychopathy, more so than you've been damaged so much that you just view the world differently because of your experiences.
Yeah.
Right. And you completely alter that in him. You're taking all of that away. You're taking away his PTSD. You're taking away. So he theoretically shouldn't even be a psychopath. Or are you stating the fact that psychopaths are born that way? No matter what. It's not a nature nurture. It is just pure, just
genetics.
And society can't turn you that way. You were born a psychopath. You will always be a psychopath no matter what you do. Yeah. Which is what this kind of sounds like. Now, again, is he smart enough to even go down that road? I don't know. But again, it's an easy it's an easy cop out for somebody that is not more conservative leaning or right thinking and assuming just kind of those morals and values. It's like, I can write this character, but I'll say he's a psychopath, so it's okay for me to show him killing people, using guns, having the Punisher logo. Don't be mad at me. It's the character. He's the psychopath. Right. So anything I say, it gives me a pass to do whatever I want. And psychopath. It's not, let's actually explore the character here.
Because I feel like if you were truly more left-leaning as a creator, which, like we said, earlier in the show, most of, I'd say like a good 90% of creators in the industry are left-leaning, you can disassociate, or not disassociate, but you can still write the character and not agree with what the character's doing. Yeah. Like, it's really, I mean, I don't want to say it's really simple, because it's not. It is difficult. You have to kind of put on a different hat, right? Like, if I were to try and write Green Arrow, I really would have to try and come from a place of, me as a conservative, how do I write someone who has different beliefs than I do? Not because I hate that person, not because I hate Green Arrow, but because I need to try and understand how best they're going to act in these certain situations and how they're going to respond, even if I don't necessarily like that, right? So, but I don't know if anyone has the emotional maturity to do that now. Oh well.
Very few do. And again, I'm not putting my personal beliefs into this character. It's, how does this character react to this situation I'm putting them in? Right. How I would react in this situation.
Yeah. The character should inform the story, or the writer. Yeah.
Yep.
I was reading something from Silver Surfer the other day, and Jack Kirby and Stan Lee had said that Silver Surfer, because of his purity and because of his status, Surfer wrote himself. He's the skywriter of the Spaceways. He has this different way of speaking than Thor, than Doctor Strange, than, Captain America, than anyone. But it wasn't Stan or Jack who wrote Silver Surfer. It was Norrin Rad Silver Surfer who told Stan and Jack how to write him. And it's just by nature of who the character was by his inception that was kind of cool. And I was like, I like that. That's why he's a classic.
Actual creators explaining things. What the hell?
Yeah, just like Eric July.
Wow.
I mean,
oh god.
Exactly like
yeah. So I finished the poll out with 24 votes. It looks like 75% of our audience prefers the long, epic, like long form comic book runs as opposed to the short runs. Look at that.
All right. Well, you're actually reading Punisher. It's only 5 issues, so
yeah. Then you
sorry,
shite out of luck there. So
yep. Just short enough to not be canceled.
Yeah, right. Just enough to where it's like it's not 4 issues, it's not 6 issues, 5. This is a good run. Next up, Avengers delayed. Wait, no, but I want what? Dun 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 dun. Marvel pushes Doomsday and Secret Wars to December 2026 and 2027. Josh, what does this mean for? No, well, actually, you and Kyle were kind of talking about this in the chat today, or in our group chat. So, Kyle, what did you say initially? Because you thought that Spider-Man was going to be moved after both the Avengers films, but they're going to put it in between. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, it was originally going to be in between. Let's rewind. I think this is a good thing for the Avengers films. Yes. And if I had to bet, the reason this is happening is probably because the Russo brothers coming in saying, look, if you want us to do this, we're going to do this right. And we want to do this as well as possible. And I do think there's probably some selfishness in here where they're going to film both back to back like they did Infinity War and Endgame. That way they can get it done, call it wraps, and breathe. But I do think it's also partially give us some more time to make sure we can get all the post-production done like we need to. Let's tell our story. Let's not rush this. Rushing has been the problem for the past 5 years. And let's just do this right. Let's try our best to go out on a high note here. So I think that's part of this getting delayed. Now, the thing that Kyle and I were talking about is originally Spider-Man 4 with Tom Holland was going to fall in between these two films. And we had our teaser for Spider-Man after No Way Home that was kind of teasing going back to basics. And, we're going to get an actual street level Spider-Man that's the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in New York kind of doing his thing, which I think everyone was excited for. But then
brand new day.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. So that title came out post, knowing when this movie was going to fall, but now it's not falling in between these two. So the conversations that were then being had about, hey, we have to acknowledge what's going on from Avengers Doomsday or Doomsday. That's not going to be the case now. This is going to happen before that. So it's very similar to what happened with the last Spider-Man film, where it was going to happen after Doctor Strange, and then it ended up happening before Doctor Strange. So they were last minute scramble. Let's change this. Let's change that. So yeah,
it's a mess.
It is.
So, Josh, you think this is an overall good thing? Kyle, do you think this is an overall good thing? Do you think that because they're pushing this, we'll get better quality?
I mean, I would tend to lean towards yes.
It's a bold.
I mean, like I told Josh, I only have a problem is it's December. These are summer films.
Oh, right.
You're putting them out in December. I fucking hate that. I don't like that at all.
Yes and no. I think this is also strategic on Marvel and Disney's part that these are summer films and they should be summer films because you want that big blockbuster film. I think part of the reason they're also choosing December instead of just saying, well, okay, we'll push it back a whole year is films tend to have legs when they're released around Christmas time. So if you release a big film around Christmas time, a lot of times there's not a lot of competition that comes out around it, but it is a time of the year when a lot of people tend to go see movies. So you'll have movies that have longer runs in the theater around Christmas time. It's because they're off. A lot of people aren't working. They're gonna let's find a way to kill the time. You know what? Let's go see Avengers again. So I think they're banking on that. I also want to clarify when I say better, I mean from a technical filming standpoint, not story, not script.
That's my thing because my whole thought process is, does this mean that they are going to work more on the script, which is what I'm hoping, but it doesn't seem like they have that down.
I would say the Russos are pretty good about they want to lock their story down before they start.
Okay. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, look, they have a track record of good movies, very good movies, some of the best in the MCU. So there's nothing that leads me to be like, oh, these two fucking jokers in here that no one knows. No, they did the impossible already. So why you brought them back? I mean, there had to have been so many zeros on that fucking check for them to even do this. I'm actually shocked, but
I heard that.
I will add too that the writer is the writer that did the 3 Cap movies and the last 2 Avengers films.
Okay.
So.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I did hear a little. Yeah, I did hear a little bit of something that just on casting alone, it was going to be something like $200,000 to $300,000 of a budget for just paying the cast.
300 million.
Or sorry, yes, 300 million. Thank you.
Okay.
So I was like,
well, I'm sure Robert Downey Jr. is probably 100 million of that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, isn't he like 85 million of that? Like they announced what his pay was for the 2 films. So
oh wow. So yeah, I don't know how they're going to keep the budget for this relatively in this reality where it doesn't need to make $2 billion at the box office to succeed. But and yes, Zaxx, you're right. I'm sorry. I misgendered Norrin Rad. So
yes. So Robert Downey Jr. is making $100 million for these 2 films plus bonuses.
Fuck me.
Do they really think that he? I mean, yeah, he is going to put butts in the seats.
Yes, he is.
Do we think so? Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be Tony Stark.
He won't be Tony Stank, but I will see it if he's in it. So,
I mean, that's fair.
I'm going to see him.
Yeah, $100 million.
What did he make for Infinity War and Endgame? Well, it was somewhere around there, right?
Hold on.
Hold, please.
I don't think it was that much. I think he knew.
I don't know.
So it looks like he made 75 million for those last 2.
Oh, okay.
Gosh,
only 75 million.
Only 75. Well, do you think MCU fans are upset at this delay? Are they going to be like, I want my Avengers now?
Hell yeah.
Or I kind of feel like Soups is waiting for that content, baby,
He needs it. Daddy's hungry.
He needs it because he sure ain't getting anything out of Ironheart. So
he's gonna try.
He's gonna try, that's for sure. Well, speaking of angry MCU fans and what they're going to be.
You get the twit twat? Are people mad about this on the old twit twat? Or
the old twit twat has produced some interesting conversations, and since this is a show called Comic Shop Conversations, let's see what these 3 gentlemen have to say.
We're almost the antithesis of these guys.
Oh my gosh, yeah, wait, we are these guys with just white.
What are they?
Weird. Wait, I need a hood.
Oh,
Josh, do you have a hood that you can wear?
Wait,
I got a
sorry,
hood.
I'm reading.
Oh yeah,
God,
no,
these jokes.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man. Shit, man, Marvel.
Man, what these fuck, man, what the shit? What the shit, man? what these fucking clowns got to say?
So this comes from Chillmonger on the old twat.
Yeah.
And he says, we're asking why support Ironheart when Marvel Studios doesn't. So let's go ahead and play this. I guess, I would be Marcus, back of the bus. Wait, is that like a Rosa Parks thing?
Easy.
Chillmonger. I guess, Josh, you'd be like the equivalency of Chillmonger.
Yeah, he looks pretty gay. He's got fucking purple stars in the back. And not the cool kind of purple. Oh, I'm thinking purple heart. Never mind. It's purple stars. Yeah.
And Kyle's got that. He's hood, man.
Yeah, he's got that drip.
Yeah. I can barely see your face, which is perfect.
I can barely see, so
oh, good.
I don't gotta see shit, man.
You don't need to see anything.
You just gotta feel it.
Let me put on this.
Oh yeah. There we go. It's perfect. I need my glasses. All right, let's see what these fine gentlemen have to say about Marvel and Ironheart.
Hell yeah.
What is it that we're actually doing with Riri? What are you doing with her? I heard Dre Mac was talking about this. Well, we need to support it in spite of that because there's so many racists trying to draw it down. And
whoa, hang on a sec.
Whoa. Back it up. Back it up.
Beep, beep, beep. So he said, what are they doing with Riri? And regardless of whatever they're doing with her, we still need to support it because of racists.
Is that what he said?
I think he's saying somebody else was saying that.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Is that
we can play it back. It's only 10 seconds.
Maybe on half speed.
Can you just slow it down, break it down for me?
What is it that we're actually doing with Riri? What are you doing with her? I heard Dre Mac was talking about this. Well, we need to support it in spite of that because there's so many racists trying to draw it down. And I agree, there are. I mean,
so Dre Mac, whoever that is,
support it in spite of racists.
Are people not wanting to support it because they're racist, or are they not wanting to support it because it's a variant of for the most part, a variant of a character?
It is. Yeah.
Whoa.
It's a DEI.
Dude, it's because she's black. You know that.
Wow.
Shit.
Well, even if it wasn't a derivative of a derivative of a derivative of a diversity of a derivative, it just, the show looks bad.
Whoa.
Like, regardless of any of the race talk or any of the derivative talk, the show just looks bad. It just looks poorly written, poorly, directed. And the script sounds awful. I don't want to watch a superhero who is obsessed with being iconic. She should want to be sacrificial, not self-serving, but serving others, right? Like, now she may have a arc, but that's not who Riri's character is. She's always that way. She's always been the bestest ever. She's always been the smartest, always been the greatest. And that's how she has no arc.
Whoa.
I know that kind of sounds racist, but I mean, that's how she's
roll, man.
Damn.
I just can't ever imagine ever saying something like, we need to support this book because of racism. Because of this reason, we have to support it in spite of that.
It does seem like an odd
It's such a weird thing to say. I would never say, hey, we got to support this just because they're white.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I think isn't that the big push for Rippaverse? It's like, hey,
yes,
we're the antithesis of like woke books, so we're doing this. So support, not because our content is good, our entertainment is good, but like just support us because.
In spite of that, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he should just change the name of his company to Ghetto Publishing, but that's fine.
Oh no.
It would make more sense.
It would. Also, do y'all remember when Wakanda Forever was coming out and you had that one chick that was like, white people, don't go see this opening weekend.
Yeah.
Instead, you should link hands and protect us black folks that are going to
You
see
should
it.
sit outside the doors
Yeah.
and protect us. Yeah. Yeah. In solidarity. Actually, I did a video on that girl, I think, on there, because there were two that did those like TikTok videos, and yeah, I think I responded to that. Yeah, no, it's redonkulous. It would be the same thing if like there's a like, you know, that Donald Trump movie came out with the guy who plays
Sebastian Stan.
Sebastian Stan, thank you.
Mhm.
It would be like me saying like, hey, go support this movie just because, not because Sebastian Stan portrays Trump in a valid, you know, or there's a great acting performance, or it's a heartwarming tale of a man who has made millions now, or like none of that. It's just because Trump. That's the only reason why.
Hell yeah.
Well,
I'm with you.
Yeah, Jorge, load your 14 kids up in your Chevrolet S10. Come surround the movie theater so us white folks can go watch the Trump movie. Otherwise, you're getting deported.
I like it.
It's essentially the same thing as what they were saying previously. So
sounds about right. Yeah.
Had to turn off their comments about when they posted the trailer. It's ridiculous. At the same,
if you missed that, he basically says that discussing film, the Twit account, they had to turn off the comments because they were getting too many racist attacks. Really, what probably was happening is people were just saying like, "Hey, is her suit chirping, or is that the smoke alarm?" Right? Like it's just going to be stupid, funny, ridiculous stuff like that, or people just saying this looks cringe. No one wants to watch this, which is not racist, right? So. Now, if there were actually racist things that were being said, it's the internet, and there's always going to be those people.
Yeah, you're going to have those people that are trolling to troll, and then there are clearly racists that do exist. And the problem is when you decide that you're going to call anyone that you disagree with a racist, you then lose your power when trying to attack actual racists.
Yeah, you lose all credibility. Yeah.
Yep.
How do I know when the actual racists appear?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, according to the internet, I'm a homophobe, so you know.
That's true.
And that makes
sense. Called out, Josh.
And you are.
A decade strong homophobe.
Yep.
It's that internalized homophobia, dude.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Gay much?
Jeez. Damn.
Same time, what has Marvel done for me as a consumer? I'm a consumer. Right? I pay for the service.
He's a consumer, not a customer. I consume product, or a fan. Yeah, that's a good point. But he consumes this. Just remember that, because
I'm a consumer.
Yeah. You, the consumer. I'm giving you 60%. The consumer.
Services I deserve to be, serviced.
Whoa, hey, Marcus, I can't go with you on that journey, bucko.
I'm sorry, my friend. Can't go with you there. So
no,
let's see what he has to say.
What has Marvel done for me as a consumer? I'm a consumer. Right? I pay for the services. I deserve to be, serviced. And
that might be a different Disney Plus.
You're paying to watch. They made a film or a TV show, and you paid to watch it. That's all they owe you.
Yeah. What do you want?
Hopefully, it would be something good. I'll agree with you there, but they don't owe you anything else. And it's funny that a certain people with a certain pigmentation think that they are owed something else when they go see a movie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm as a fan,
talking about liberal white women. Like,
well, yeah, of course.
Duh.
They're the bane of the existence. But like me as a fan, I would love to be entertained, right? That's what I want more than anything from a film, from a book, from a video game, whatever it is. I want to be entertained. I want the art of storytelling to entertain me. I don't need to be serviced. that's
that's
not what I
that.
need
so
here.
Weird.
Yeah. So,
in some way, why is it upon me to fight back negative criticism of their product as a consumer? Now, if I so choose to do that, if it lines up with any other political inclination.
It does remind me of Eric July. If I so do choose to do such that it is what I am doing, it's like, oh, we got another Eric July here.
Or just my basic morals, then do so. But just viewing it as a watcher of Disney Plus, as a Marvel fan, why the hell is it incumbent on me to stand up with my swords and shields and fight for a project that you won't even market?
It's not.
That you don't.
It's not.
It's not.
I don't know why he feels that he should or needs to.
Yeah.
Why? No one's forcing you. What are you talking about? Like,
I think it's because it's a black character, right?
So he's getting guilt from other black people in the black community saying, if you don't stand up with us in solidarity for this character, then you're not black.
No, I know you say that sarcastically.
No, I'm saying that I'm trying to rationalize it in my own head.
No, yeah, and you're 100% right. Because if we actually look at the comments, dude, there are look at this one. A certain animal going to be a certain animal. I don't know if you can see that.
Is that take a pic? Can we look at that picture of that profile? Who said that racist comment?
Oh, it looks like it's a black man.
That's weird. Well, that's impossible because black people can't be racist. So
That's right.
Okay.
These are such bad takes. Just be there when the show drops and give the production folks the views. Right. So just no matter if it's bad or good or whatever, just give them the views, guys. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Just give them what they want, because they don't have to give us as the customer anything. They just, we just have to. They think y'all don't care about small projects like these, therefore you don't give effort. We have to support us. Disney is always Disney. Know the history. See the patterns.
Yeah, I hate that. And look, I will say, I've from day one, when you started having more representation of gay bullshit in film, television, comics, whatever, I was one of the loudest people going, if you're gonna do a shitty job, I don't want this. And that's what black people should say. You shouldn't say, I mean, anyone, if you're coming in and going, let's just go support a shitty project because it's black or Mexican or gay or whatever the fuck it might be, you are part of the problem. You are creating your own problem, because then you're feeding this narrative of people going, I don't want to go see it. It's shit. For you then to play the victim and go, oh, you're a racist,
Yeah. You should be wanting, as you said, Josh, more out of that character than just, hey, guys, it's diverse, right? You should actually want the good writing and the good storytelling and all that stuff, not just, hey, well, it's a black character, so you guys should like it, right?
Yeah. Just shut up and support it.
Yeah, so just shut up. But I think these guys are kind of waking up, because it does seem like they're like, why are we supporting this stuff if they're just going to make?
Well, those two haven't said jack yet. So
yeah. Planet Fanatics this entire time, which it's only been like a minute. Oh, not even. It's only been 30 seconds. But so far for these 30 seconds, Planet Fanatics face has said nothing but, I didn't smoke enough weed for this.
Yep.
Very true.
Bruh,
Serviced in some way. Now, if I so choose to do that, if it lines up with any other political inclinations or just my basic morals, then do so. But just viewing it as a watcher of Disney Plus, as a Marvel fan, why the hell is it incumbent on me to stand up with my swords and shields and fight for a project that you won't even market, that you don't even give a damn with? You're not even given the benefit of a weekly release. You're dumping them out 3 at a time, doing something so bullshit. Yeah, like what is?
And the trailer comes the same day as the Superman trailer. What? Do there's only a limited amount of time these people have to cover, like major outlets, YouTubers, whoever covers superhero stuff. Why in the world, on the same day as Superman, would you release your trailer? You're just robbing your chance of the free advertising that we do as content creators, that TikTokers go and say, hey, what do you think they're going to talk about more, Superman on that day or Iron Man, or Heart? Well, their comment sections are going to be
easy, buddy.
Wait a second. Wait a
wow. How misogynistic of this guy.
Yeah, wait a dead name. What the fuck is the matter with you?
Wait, so like everyone keeps telling me like Ironheart isn't just a derivative of Iron Man, but this dude just straight up got her wrong and just called her Iron Man.
Yep. Also, one, let's recognize these are two different studios. DC and Warner Brothers are not Marvel and Disney. And yes, even though there is typically conversation about like we don't hear it a lot of times, but when you're within the industry, you know when they plan on dropping trailers. There's whispers about it. I think they released them on the same day for two reasons. I think potentially to try to take conversation away from Superman to a degree, while also trying to bury this trailer as much as possible.
Yes, yeah.
We've already seen that the last time they did a like episode drop like this, it was because they're like, just get it and get it, like just let's get it over with, get it done. Like,
Echo, they were just like, get it out, get it out.
So we're looking at a show that's anywhere from 6 to maybe 9 episodes for the season. I haven't fully looked into it yet, and they're dropping 3, and then the next week there is potential that they're dropping another 3. So yeah,
so
oh no,
here's the funny / weird thing is that these MCU guys are like, that are hard in the paint. They're just like, we will support every MCU product. We are consumers. Everything is great. We're gonna, watch it. Blah blah.
I'm right here.
That's you. That's you. I think they're starting to wake up and being like, holy shit, man. Disney never actually cared about our race. They never actually cared about our diversity. They never cared about our social stances. They don't give a fuck about us. And I'm wondering how that's going to change this like whole narrative. And because we've known that for this whole time. We know that this has been virtue signaling. We know that this has been diversity shields like left and right. But for the longest time, so many of these fans have been like, finally, they're doing this for me, or finally, my voice has been blah, blah. And it's like, no, these are greedy corporate Hollywood production companies that are doing this for your money and to virtue signal and for social credit. And that's it. So do you think that we're going to see more people like these guys starting to wake up and being like, oh my God, they never cared?
I mean, I don't know why they haven't woken up. Michael Jackson's been telling them this since 1995.
It's true.
All I have to say is that they don't really care about us.
Yep.
No.
Come on now. Come on, Max.
Come on. I don't know my history.
I think that honestly, I think that's a legit like bomb song. But anyways.
I was listening to sorry, I know this is gonna derail, but I was listening to Rock With You, right?
Rock with you.
You. Oh, dude, that's a vibe. That song is all right. But anyway, sorry, Josh, you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can only expect so much of it out of a corporation. And I think the conversation needs to be, when they do something well, you need to praise it for being done well. Mm-hmm. If they don't do something well, then you can speak to the opportunities that are there. But if everything is amazing because you have in this case, a black person in it, so we have to support it, then of course you're going to get pandering bullshit. Like, you showed up. You gave them permission to do this because you showed up just because it was black. Yeah. And that's, I'm not trying to be racist. I know it's going to sound racist, but I don't show up to everything because it's white. I don't show up to everything because it's gay. I don't. I'm the opposite, especially with gay shit. Like, if I'm going to enjoy something that is gay themed, it better be fucking good. Because this whole idea of like, oh, well, that's good for a gay film. No, it's either a good film or it's not. Period.
Same thing. Yeah. Same thing with Christian messaging or Christian films. Like for me, I would love to support Christian owned whatever businesses or Christian themed movies or whatever. But for the most part, other than Angel Studios, Christian like media for since I can remember has been crap.
Yeah.
Terrible, awful writing, bad production value. Everything across the board for a lot of Christian stuff is really bad. So I don't support it because it's really bad. I agree with the message. I agree with what they're doing. But as a piece of art, it's not very good.
Yeah.
So I see what you're saying there, Josh. And
and look,
I understand that.
I'm only saying gay because it's quote unquote viewed as a minority, right? Like that's the only reason I'm discussing that. I clearly am a gay man, but I'm saying it strictly for that reason. And Max, you'll attest to this. When we first, I used to not want to discuss this at all. I didn't want to bring it up. But then when media started going so heavy into it, and when you guys would come on and you're like, yeah, I didn't like this, I didn't think it was good, and people were attacking you because of it, then I'm like, fuck this. No, I'm gonna come in and say my piece and then be a little bit of a shield. But I think there's also an inverse to this too that I want to bring up. And I don't know if they get to this in this video, but I see this and they're like, what should we do? What have you done for us? But I also look back to when Black Panther came out, the original Black Panther, the first one, or even when he was in Civil War, and you had a lot of white kids that fell in love with that character. And then you had a lot of white kids that wanted to dress up as that character for Halloween. Why? Because they saw a hero and they liked what that hero represented, and they wanted to be that. So the thing that you had this community saying, why can't you let us have representation that's heroic? Why can't you this? The moment they get it, and the moment another race started going, ooh, I want to be like that, what did they do? What did the majority of them do? No. You can't do that. That's not for you. So that's you just spent decades begging and griping about how you don't have good, positive representation. The moment you get it, and the moment you have other people coming in going, I want to be like that, and it's a black male, you then say, no, you can't have that. We should want anyone to be like, if I had a kid and my kid watched Black Panther and goes, I want to be that, guess what? Great.
Yeah.
If you like this because what this character embodies and what he represents, I'm glad that that's what you see, and I want that to be what drives you.
And dude, that's such a good point that you mentioned, because I remember in the late 90s, Blade had come out, and Blade was arguably the first ever Marvel film, Marvel Cinematic Universe film or whatever. I loved that character. I wanted to do the buzz in the side of my head, how he had all the symbols in his hair, and I was like, I want to be Blade, right? Like, he was just so badass. He didn't care about nothing. You like, I wanted to be half vampire, half man, the Daywalker, right? Like, I wanted to be Wesley Snipes. That was sick. And to me, there was never an aspect of, oh, he's not for you. You can't have it. He's ours, right? Because I think during that period of time in the 90s, it was just normal. Like, we had accepted that these black heroes and black actors and movie stars were just part of our culture. But then
it didn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. So, but then it all,
we've talked about this discussion of diversity that's come about since like the past 10 years, and how there's this like, oh, there've never been strong females, or, oh, we've never done, A, B, and C. And it's like, nah, man, like, look at what we grew up watching. Like, Buffy the Vampire Slayer is one of my favorite TV shows of all time. It's a female lead. We've got Blade, like a great fucking character. We just saw awesome characters, and we went, these are awesome characters. And somewhere along the way, they convinced the generation that stuff never happened and never exists, and no one ever gave them the time of day. Look at Storm, man. Like, people that I know that are in their 30s and 40s that read the X-Men run are like, Storm is one of the most badass characters ever, one of the best leaders of the X-Men ever, and has never gotten her due. But if you listen to people that are doing comics today, they're going to go, oh, yeah, no, these people, they just never support Storm. Like, they've never liked her.
Yep. Especially white people.
Yeah. Wild.
Yeah.
Yep. No, when I was a kid, and The movie came out in 1993. It's a movie called Meteor Man. Now, it's a shit movie, but all of us, the 4 of us brothers, all of us, we loved that fucking movie.
Yeah.
It is so cheesy and stupid. Black character, black cast. I mean, James Earl Jones is in it, Don Cheadle's in it, but it's like, it is such a cheesy, stupid movie, but we loved that movie. And it is purely like 100% black movie. We did not see that shit at all when we were kids. It was just a guy that got really stupid power. Like, it was so fun. I love that movie as a kid. Yeah. It had nothing to do with it. He was black, and we couldn't relate to, living in the hood in a giant, in a city. It's like, we didn't live like that, but you know what? We still enjoyed the movie.
Yeah.
And Blank Man. I forget. Oh, Blank Man is so fucking good.
We've got MG in the house. Took you long enough, brother. Well, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Our next topic for our news discussion is right up your alley, MG. But yeah, I didn't want to, obviously their video goes on for like another 5 minutes or so. We don't have to cover all of it, but I think that was the basis of the discussion and the conversation of just this idea of like these MCU fans. And Josh, thank you for sending this our way, because like I didn't see this on my twat. But came across your news feed, we watched it, and we were like, bro, they're somehow angry that they're waking up,
Yeah.
So, but now they truly are woke. Stay woke,
Stay woke.
Stay woke to Marvel, to MCU. Did you guys want to say anything other than that, or Josh? Do you remember if there was anything else on that video that
I honestly don't even remember? I'm gonna be honest.
I could say stuff, but I would just get really racist, and
just really heated and racist.
I was already worried that I was pushing that limit when I was really trying not to be, but
I could really start going in on it, but I will stop. Again, I'm not racist. It will. Maybe people will take it as racist. I do not think I am better than every black person on the planet, because it's like, again, you don't know what racist is. To be a pure racist, a true racist, it's like assuming that I have superiority over you based on your race. The majority of people making fun of you for your culture is not racist. It's not.
Dude. We get made fun of for being rednecks all the time.
Exactly.
There are plenty of white stereotypes that are very funny that I continue to laugh at. Even as a Californian, a surfer dude who smokes weed all day and or just being gay as a Californian, there are plenty of different California stereotypes.
Look, I'll even say when I moved to California, I had people that I worked with, and specifically black people, that would say things like, man, that's white people shit. And I didn't understand it because that's all, growing up in a farm town in Texas, that's all I had known. So you move somewhere else and you realize how drastically different life is. But usually when I stop to think about whatever, we would do on a regular basis, I'm like, wow, that really is white people shit. But it was funny to me. I wasn't offended by it. Like, I thought it was hilarious.
So. There was a podcast I was listening to from I think it's called the Drinking, or the guys are called the Drinking Bros, but I think that was the podcast that was talking about it, and they were saying like, who steals more, white crackheads or black people? I was like, white crackheads might be up there, bro.
Yeah,
they're definitely up there.
Stuff. So it is. We can laugh at each other, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna grab a water real quick, but while I'm grabbing that, I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and if there's anything else we want to discuss, we can maybe talk about it. But I'll play a little bit more of this.
Superman on that day, or Iron Man, or Heart. Well, their comment sections are going to be lit up talking about Superman or Ironheart. Ironheart. It was so stupid. When they found out when the Superman trailer was coming, which was a day ahead, they should have said, "Oh no, you know what? We changed our minds. Ironheart trailer is coming on Friday, not Thursday, but not Wednesday."
I mean, to be fair, maybe they thought there would be some residual effect. It's a day when multiple superhero-related things are coming out, so everybody will watch both trailers.
You're not being fair. Do you think that though? Do you really?
I don't think that. But I also I also think that they were behind as well. And so at this later date, any time that you're releasing feels inadequate because we're so close to the release. So it's kind of, it was bad to do it on Superman Day, but we're at a point now where any day they would have done it probably would have been less than favorable because you're so close to the release. You haven't had time to do anything to revitalize the brand. Again, we left Riri Williams back in 2022. It's 2025. Midway through 2025 too. So do you not feel it necessary to reintroduce her to audiences if you're dead set on releasing this project? That's what the conflict comes from. Should they have Batgirled it? Well, if they didn't plan on actually selling this shit, maybe.
That'd be nice.
I think that's a valid conversation. Because I think there are things that they should have Batgirled. They should have Batgirled Echo, and if they wanted elements of that story, they should have incorporated it in Daredevil. They should have echoed or Batgirled the first 7 episodes of Daredevil Born Again.
Correct.
Like they openly acknowledged that it was shit and wasn't going to do well and was not the right direction, and that's not what they wanted to represent for Marvel or the character of Daredevil, and yet they released it anyways. Secret Invasion should have been Batgirl, like
totally.
Yeah.
So, but I get it. Like, you can't Batgirl everything that's coming out from your line because you fucked up for 4 years.
Unfortunately, I'm sure they wanted to. They're like, "Fuck, this is everything we have coming out."
Yeah.
Can we just get how much can we get on our tax returns if we get rid of all of this stuff?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think,
not enough. Sorry.
Fuck. Not enough. All right. Now for the main event of the evening, Mr. Eric Ulai. Coming up. Oh, no. Coming up hot. Coming in hot.
The man.
My man. So actually, you know what I should probably do is I should share my tab first so that we can actually listen to this. We won't play the whole 3-minute video, but we'll just play a little bit. He says, "Whoops, we made a mistake on the Zalen run. Here's what happened, what we're doing to fix it, and how we're making it right for our customers." Oh boy. So Kyle, you sent this to us with like 1,000 laughing emojis. How did you find this? Was it on YouTube? Was it on TwitTwat?
I don't have Twitter, so I don't know how I came across it.
Was it because of your boy Zaxx? Is that what it was?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Jesus Christ.
Or did what's his name? EVS say something about it?
He did. He was late to the game.
He was.
It may have been your boy Zach, because I think he was. There's like 15 community posts he had about this, and
oh my god,
like 3 videos. I think it was probably him.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Eric has to say then.
By Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett, which began. What's up, y'all? Eric July here with Rippaverse Publishing, and I want to talk to you directly about Zalen, What Kills Must Die by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett, which began shipping last week. Unfortunately, there's a printing and binding issue that affects every copy of the current print run.
Every copy.
Yep.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of copies.
That's the entire print run.
Yep.
Cool.
If you take a close look at the book, you'll notice some pages are misaligned. This wasn't a simple misprint. It was caused by a fundamental layout issue. In some instances, the end of one page appears again at the start of the next. This becomes especially obvious during certain double page spreads. As you can see right here, down there, his belt.
So the belt doubles up here.
Yeah. Can I be honest? I wouldn't say that's obvious, but okay.
It's not. And that's the thing. The art is so bad you couldn't even.
Oh no!
It's just like whatever.
Yeah. So, and to be fair, to be totally good faith, I may have noticed this, but a lot of fans have been saying that they did not notice upon first reading. So they probably flipped through it, probably didn't notice it because maybe some page are worse than others, right? Maybe this page was pretty bad. Maybe there were others that weren't as stretched out. But this was just one example of what that might have looked like. So, but hey, at least one side of him wasn't on one page and then the other side of him wasn't on the other page, right?
Correct.
Right.
That's on purpose.
But I would also say I feel like he specifically picked this page so people would go, bro, like this isn't even that big of a mistake, man. Like you wrote, you're so good. You're coming out here and you're giving us a heads up because of the bell. Oh, Eric, this is why we protect your hairy shoulders.
Well, that's a good point. And to be fair, I had actually texted you guys after you'd texted us, Kyle, and I said, hey, at least he's owning up to this. Because what's been one of our biggest criticisms of Eric is that he doesn't take accountability and he never admits that it was an actual mistake. And so when I first saw this video, I was like, wait a sec, he's actually kind of admitting that they had messed up and they're going to rectify it by doing something. That's awesome. So I was actually really grateful for his transparency. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, there's more to this than we know. So,
as always.
Yeah. How do I say this name?
Tig Lesser? I think it's
Tig Lesser. Okay, Tig Lesser. He goes, hey, YouTube algo recommended this. I haven't read comics in years, but I'm playing Rivals. His Marvel Rivals impacted comic industry. I'd want to pick something up. Tiggles SR. Tiggles.
Oh, okay.
All right. Great question. Thanks for being here. And I'm glad that the algo kind of recommended us to you. That's awesome, man. So I would say that yes, Marvel Rivals definitely has impacted some of Marvel's publishing. They made a Jeff the Landshark comic. They're doing some Infinity comics. And I think they actually did a Marvel Rivals like cover or a few covers.
I think so.
So yeah.
Well, I know what they should have done and they didn't do is some of the skins in that game are specifically referenced at like this skin can be seen in this issue of Thor or this issue of Iron Man or whatever. And it's like, could have been a great opportunity to tie that in to get kids and anybody else in to comic books potentially. Like, oh, I love that skin. I bought that skin. Oh, that's the issue that appears in. Yeah. So, but they didn't promote that very well.
That or, like, oh, you bought the game. Great. Here's a month of Marvel Unlimited on us.
Boom.
There you go.
Like, and then, what I would say is what I'm seeing from a lot of people that are playing Marvel Rivals that aren't into comics is they're becoming aware of a lot of your lesser known characters. I've heard a lot of people talk about, oh, I started playing Cloak and Dagger. I love these two characters in this game, but they know nothing about the characters. Go take them back to some of those classic stories from like the 80s and let them I think you get a lot of good stuff there. So
that's a really good point. But yeah, Tiggles, if you want more info and some great insight from my two good friends here, Josh and Kyle, we meet every Friday night at 6 p.m. Pacific, where we talk all about this stuff, man. So thank you for being here, and hopefully that was a little bit helpful and answered some of your questions. But yeah, man, feel free to hang out in the chat and enjoy the rest of the show. Kaiser,
talk shit about this fucking fake comic book piece of shit douchebag. All right.
Fake nerd.
Oh, wait.
Nerd.
Oh, gosh.
Worst comic book company in history.
If you call it a comic book, this fucking dipshit can't even print it properly.
Marvel may have dropped the ball, but Rippaverse dropped the whole industry.
He couldn't even pick it up to begin with and drop it.
This poor person's going to be like, what the hell just happened? We went from like nice, wholesome comic conversations to like dropping F-bombs about some book.
That's how we go, baby.
That's how it happened. Like at the drop of a hat, you could switch just like that. But yeah, no, Kaiser, you bring up a good point. Marvel did drop the ball with that. They had a great opportunity to market a lot of this stuff, and I just feel like they didn't utilize it as much.
Are we? That's Marvel's MO. I mean, look at what they do. They're like, "What's that? We've got a Doctor Strange movie coming out. Let's kill the character so he's not in our comics." Like,
hey, there's a Captain America movie that's going to be released in the MCU. Let's have Falcon as Captain America in the comics because that'll do really well. It's like, yeah, no, they
have
are
a hit
not
video game on our hands here that kids love more than anything, and they would be good readers, but to potentially get in the comic book shops.
Yeah,
nah, we don't need to worry about that.
No, get rid of it.
But don't worry about it. No. Don't correlate.
Yeah.
Belt is repeating. To be completely.
So anyway, back to Rippaverse. Yes, I initially thought that, wow, this good on Eric, right? He's admitting a fault. He's admitting there's a mistake, and he's, rectifying it. He's like, hey, we made a mistake. We're going to do something about it. Let's see what they end up doing.
Completely transparent. Our art directors actually caught this during the proofing stage. The problem was raised before full production. However, we were assured by our pre-press team that it wouldn't be an issue. That was incorrect. So not only did pre-press give us a green light, but the printer didn't catch the problem during all phases, even in binding.
So even if editorial saw the issue and printing said it's not going to be an issue, you still have to inspect the books upon arrival.
Print one book, dumbass. How about you just print one to see what it looks like?
That's my question. If they caught it during pre-production,
right?
Does that mean that the actual image file was messed up?
Right.
Oh.
Was it a sizing issue? Like what happened?
Yeah. So if you're catching this before you print a single thing, that means there's something wrong somewhere with the image file or however it got, like whatever happened, right?
Yeah.
So why would you then just think and assume that the printers are going to be able to fix this? Like,
correct.
You can't guarantee that. They might have said something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, with these areas like this, like it's in the fold, it's where the we have the crease. So there's a good chance that if it's not larger than this width or amount or whatever, this many centimeters, you're probably not going to see it anyways." I can see them saying that.
Right.
But
yeah. It's just normally, and because I'm sure people are watching this and being like, what's the big issue? Like there was a printing issue. What's the big deal, right? This is the second printing error in 2 months, 3 months, right?
Short amount
The
of time.
first one he will say was a creative decision.
Which is
we know
that's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm about to start pulling a Kyle and dropping F-bombs on that one, but
because we know that was not a creative decision. It's just if it was. No, I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna.
I know. You can play the what if game.
Shut your mouth. No, it wasn't, because they didn't script it to be that way.
Correct.
Because if the whole reason why it makes total sense why it went on to the second page, because the ad that he put at the beginning of the book, which he never originally had in there, because it was the young Isom statue, and that was the whole reason why the next page went on there.
Every page got moved up, and Yep.
And you could say, well, it didn't affect the other pages. Well, yeah, because none of them were splash pages.
Right.
So that is why this is another big news thing, because it's like, okay, we understand you're a young company. We understand that you're still getting your legs out from under you. But if you continue to have this egotistical, smug, narcissistic aspect of how you're like, oh, be great. God bless. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for calling us on us. But if you're going to do all of this performative BS, then you have to live up to that and be open to the criticism that you're going to receive. I think it is very fair for us to hold him accountable, as he says.
Correct. And then none of this would be that big of an issue if he didn't come out of the gate saying he wants to compete with Marvel and DC.
Right.
If you start going out there and claiming that, you can't be putting out subpar material and fucking up your printing at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't. You can't compete with Marvel and DC. If you just said, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, I'm here to figure it out, and this shit will happen. Okay, fine. Mea culpa, and it's like, and who cares? This printer happened. Yeah, is it funny? Absolutely it is. But does it affect the story? It's like, so what? It's like, okay, don't do it again. Don't rely on these steps that you put in place clearly suck because something happened in the chain of custody to where somebody dropped the ball, and it could have been him, probably was. It sounded like, again, like a normal person would do. If you think there could even be a potential of this being a problem, print a test copy and see what it looks like before you print off 40,000 of these.
Well, also, you know how you can prevent this as well? You actually hire a professional editor. What?
Wow. Whoa.
Shocking. What? What?
Whoa.
What?
Not your friends?
No. I really think we need another forklift here. I think that's probably better than editing.
Yeah. So I mean, all this being said, in the corporate workplace, you know, I make mistakes. I've made mistakes before where I had misprinted something, or I had a typo, or I put the wrong link, or like we had marketed a project and it was, you know, something wasn't right. I make mistakes. And I had to get called out on that. And what did they do? What did my superiors do? They said, you screwed this up. You did something incorrectly. And now we have like 100 people who now have this incorrect information or whatever it may have been, right? How are you going to rectify it? And that's always, and so we put processes and procedures in place that this never, ever, ever happens again. But if we continue to see it happening again, then there's a fundamental issue that's wrong, and we have to figure out what's going on.
Are you saying you learned from your mistakes?
Whoa.
Well, I had to. Yes.
Well, if you call them mistakes.
Well, I kind of made an artistic decision in my email.
There you go, Bucko.
Okay,
That's what you got to say from now on.
Boss that though? I mean, like if you told your boss it wasn't a mistake, it was an artistic decision, I think she or he or whoever it is would have been like, "Oh, okay."
You just walk out,
totally
put your shades on, to walk out. Artistic decision.
Yeah.
Ooh,
just leave. They're just like, did he just quit? I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Look, as someone who has managed teams, like I've had over 400 direct reports to me at one point in time. I would always stress to them, do not worry about making a mistake. Like if you panic about making a mistake, you're going to make yourself miserable. You're going to make a mistake. It's inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And what I always tell them is like, making a mistake isn't a bad thing. It's what you do with that mistake. That's what's going to define you. You can either learn from it and grow and move forward, or you can just let that mistake consume you, or you can just choose that you don't care and it's going to be mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. And then at that point, you know, you're a liability. And this is kind of like one of those cheesy phrases, but you know, it's like, what's the meaning of fail? It's your first attempt in learning. Like it's gonna happen. You got to be ready for it. Like it just accept it for what it is and go move forward. And we've talked about this. Had Eric come out and been like, listen, we're a new company. There's things we're still learning. I decided to put this page in. I didn't realize it was gonna mess up this double page spread. I apologize.
Yeah.
People would have been way more accepting of that than what he's been doing and continues to do. Even with this, if he had been like, hey, we had an error, we caught it in pre-production, we were under the impression it wouldn't be noticeable because of the binding. Unfortunately, it is. I'm really sorry, guys. And then give them the option.
Well, and that's the thing.
I would not be shitting on him for that. I'd be like, all right, you know, like hopefully you learn from this, but kudos for just owning it.
And I think that's what he's doing, right? He's saying, hey, we caught it in pre-production. I moved forward with it because the printer said that it wasn't going to be an issue. So this is on us. This is a mistake. This is something that we've done. Now,
is he?
I think like I said, to give him
this isn't
good
the printer's
faith.
fault though.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's my point of saying if they caught this during pre-production, if they caught this before they printed anything, they should have altered the file. They should have corrected the file and then sent that file to print. He didn't. They caught it. He goes, print it. They printed it, and now he's going, oh, it's a printing issue. That's on the printers. That's fucked up. And if you know what I would do if I were the printers, I would go, fuck you. We're not going to print your books anymore. Go find somebody else.
Correct.
Well, he did say that they had a big team meeting where he had to lay people off. So
did he say that? Lay people off?
Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. He mixed teams or something. He moved people around in teams.
Because it's his printer, right? Is it at his warehouse? Does he have a printer as well there?
Well, that's the question. That's the big question. How did this happen? Isn't the warehouse supposed to be like your editor is a stroll is like 5 steps away? Your printer should be, I would assume, is in San Antonio, Texas, where the warehouse is, right? Like, I'm thinking all of this is.
I think his warehouse is in Dallas,
or Dallas. Yeah, sorry, you're right. But yeah, like how does this happen when you see it in pre? You catch it, you say, nope, keep going. You get it to the printer prints it. And then do you just not look at any single one of all 4,000 or 40,000 books that you printed? Like, you have a warehouse. The books get shipped to your warehouse, and then you don't crack the books open, or like you open the boxes, you take the books out. I don't know. It baffles the mind that that you don't flip through it, or you don't do they should have a quality with all the people that they have employed there. There should be someone who's quality assurance. That's their only job, just going through the books and making sure they're good, right?
Yeah, but there's so many PDF files and proof files and everything that everybody sees, and they came out and said this could be a problem. Yep. Nobody did anything about it. They said it was going to be fine. Go off the printer. And the printer's like, nah, don't worry about it. It'll be good. They print it off and it fucking sucks. It's like, who said it was okay?
Yeah.
Because it is not okay, and they are retarded, and they need to be fired. If they thought that file was okay to print, and it wasn't, and nobody said, hey, just do a test run of that page or whatever and just see what it's going to look like coming out. And then they're going to look at it and be like, oh, yeah, you were right. It isn't going to work. We need to fix the file. Okay. And then if you do decide to be dumb enough to print off all your fucking print run, and then you get the books, and the first thing that anybody would do, I would do, is go through that exact page and see what it looks like. And be like, we got to eat this cost. We can't send these books out. Like, this is terrible.
Well, then it comes to the next question. You either hang on to those books and burn them, but then you run the risk of having a late book, because then now you have to go back to the printers or back to the PDF files. You have to change the PDF files. You have to go back to the printer. The printer has to print the books. You have to get them at the warehouse. You have to go through them, do the quality assurance, and then ship them out, which would make them late. But Rippaverse cannot be late, which is this gosh. Anyway,
look, an easy way to fix that, if you don't want to be late, like, just reach out to the people that ordered. Let them have the option. Do you want this as is, or would you like to wait to get a corrected copy? Let the fan choose. Yeah. Because plenty of fans, and we have seen this, and I'm not gonna, drag them for being Ripper fans, but with multiple things, like in our company, the company the retailer I used to work for, we created a shirt where we misspelled motorcycles. We put, and it was a partner. We partnered with Triumph Motorcycles. We misspelled one of our shirts with them, and it said Mototorcycles. There were people, we had people contacting our corporate office for years wanting to get one of those misspelled shirts.
Oh wow.
Because they thought it was great.
Fun. Yeah, that's cool. It's a collectible.
But we also like let customers know, like, hey, if you got one of these and you don't want it, you can come exchange it. No. Even if it's worn, come exchange it. But we found the opposite. People actually wanted the messed up. I mean, a lot of people bought too. Like, I'm getting Mototor and I'm getting Motor.
And that's what a lot of Rippaverse fans are doing right now. They're saying, I'm keeping the damaged, quote unquote, damaged version, and I'm going to order another book, the same Zaylin book, with the 60% discount that I'm given because of because of the misprint. Now, what I think, and I'm no businessman, right? Now we have to remember that this is a man, Eric July is a man who has a completely different channel that is all on business, right? He has a totally different handle that's all about business. So we're learning a lot of business lessons from him here and on that channel.
Yes, we are.
But as a businessman, for me at least, if I did in fact ship those books out and they were incorrect, the first thing I'm telling fans is I'm saying, hey, keep the book. Keep it. That is on me. That is my mistake, our company's mistake. You guys get that book, but I'm shipping out the corrected book for free. You guys are getting 2 books. I'm going to send you the new one, the corrected one. No extra cost. Now you have 2 books. You've got one that's collectible, quote unquote collectible, and you got the right one. Okay. That is how I'm going to do business. And that's how I'm assuming most companies would do their business, is they eat that cost and they ship it out. If they shipped the incorrect books out in the first place, which I think never should have happened because he has a warehouse that he can look at all these books at. But does that sound reasonable? Or is that like too crazy? I mean, is that like, because then I be eating too much cost to where, I mean, we probably wouldn't make a profit, but that's the risk you have to take, right?
If you want to be a legitimate business person, you have to decide how you're going to operate with integrity or not. I feel like if you make a mistake, you owe it to your customers to fix it. And that's a standard business practice, unless you're a shady fucking bastard. But hey, it's Eric July. Now, and this is why I made the comment: let your audience choose. If you have if your audience, the people that order, choose, know they're cool with it, that's a way for you to not have to eat so much of a cost. But it's on that person. You gave them the option to do you want this corrected or not? But yeah, if I were running a business, I would find a way to fix the problem.
Right.
Now, I would do what I said. I would give them the option. But if you wanted a corrected book, I would eat the cost of getting you a corrected book. Yeah. And to even, and honest, if I could to even show, hey, I'm in this for you guys, we'll throw in something extra.
Yeah.
He's got a warehouse full of shit that he can't sell. Even at $5. He's got something he can pop in. Stickers, something. Drop it in there.
Got posters, something. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
be fun.
Garbage. Yeah.
So let's see what he. Oh,
if you do that, you can technically do it as a write-off.
Oh,
it's called business.
Oh, it is called business. You're right.
You could literally, part of the cost that you're eating from sending a fixed copy, if that's what you choose to do, you could get part of a write-off from that. And then if you were to give away like a sticker or something, you could get a write-off from that. So there are benefits there. You're not eating a full cost. Also, if you did a return thing where it's like, hey, if you want to return it or whatever, you can technically donate those books or sell them to a third party to be sold somewhere else. Send it over fucking seas or something. But
you're playing 3D chess, bro. I can't even keep up with that.
Because this is what I used to do. Like, it happens. Clearly, I just gave an example. Like, shit happens, but there are ways around it. So,
well, let's see what he ended up doing.
Ultimately, though, the responsibility is ours either way. This level of quality is unacceptable, and as a company, we're owning up to that. We've done several books with spreads before, and they've turned out just fine. You can look at our past releases as proof of that, such as this scene right here in Yaira, this scene right here that's in the Horseman book, and even in our first bit of collected works, you can see it right here, the Alpha Core pages in the Trinity Volume 1. Again, this stemmed from the layout that was utilized. It doesn't matter if the story still reads well. When you expect physical excellence from us, anything less deserves to be addressed. So here's what's happening.
Easy. Hold on.
First off, I want to say, hey guys, out of the thousands of pages we printed, we got 3 of them right.
Yep. And I know you all expect to have the excellence of the Rippaverse here. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what I think of.
That's the first thing that comes to my mind, buddy.
Your excellence.
Yeah. We've already emailed every customer affected by this. If you'd like to send your book back, you'll get a full refund, no hoops, no excuses. That said, even if you decide to keep your book, you'll still receive a coupon for 60% off your next order with us. This coupon is valid store-wide, with the only exception being our statues. Everyone who ordered Zaylin before this announcement will still receive their copy, so you may very well have something that becomes a collector's item down the line. That said, we've temporarily taken Zaylin off the store while we assess the production process within our entire company. Once we iron things out, the standard mass print edition will return with a corrected print. Again, this doesn't.
So he's putting the burden on the customer
fuck you, dude. I'm not shipping the book back to you, you dickhead.
Yeah.
To ship the book back to him. This caused a shitstorm on the Twitterverse.
Good.
Because you had people like this gentleman here, Harkin333, who is a devoted Rippaverse fan. If we were to go to his twat, you would see that he is like anti-EVS, anti-Comicsgate, stands for, Rippaverse quality. Like, he is the main man. Like, he is like a, Sturgis, right?
Okay.
But he had the bravery to ask, because he's in the UK, he had the bravery to stand up to AEJ, and he said, got my email, but order has not been dispatched yet. Dispatched. I ordered all 4 books.
You fucking idiot.
I hope you are not sending out books until the reprint is resolved. It would look bad to own up to this mistake and continue fulfillment. I live in UK, so no chance of returns.
Huh. This dumbass figured it out, huh? Okay.
So he said, listen, man, my books haven't shipped yet, and I'm in the UK.
Yeah.
Don't ship. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Kyle. Yeah.
No, like, what any normal person would do, just like with anything, like, hey, we may have something wrong in this food. There may be Ebola, anything. Let's not continue to ship it out and then apologize. Like, we're going to keep shipping it out, though, but we're sorry that you may die from this. It's like, no, you stop shipping, you fucking dunce. Like,
yeah. So Harkin's like, hey, man, my books haven't shipped yet. Don't fucking send that shit to me, because I don't want it. Like, until it's fixed, don't send it to me, because I'm international, man. Like, don't send it to me. Eric says, as mentioned, all orders remain as they are unless one wants the refund. There will only be a reprint of Cover D, as you see in the comments. Some people still want that book. And it's like, cool, man. I don't care about anyone else. Don't ship my books to me.
Oh my God.
Harkin says, yes, but knowingly sending out defected books is a bad look, especially if they have not been dispatched yet, like mine. I just checked. You should halt dispatch of the books to remaining customers and reprint, which should fall on the printer expense for the error. Customers will wait.
Yeah.
Eric says, these books were already shipped unless they had it in the hero stash. This is why we are giving you the option to keep or return it. If yours hasn't shipped, such as Hero Stash or Rippaverse International, Rippaverse International, which hasn't shipped yet, the order can be canceled. I'd also encourage you to read the comments. Not all customers prefer the same, which is why we wanted to give them options. So Harkin says, Well, if you only reprint mask cover D, I guess I'll stick with my order. I take it this issue is minor when reading it, though. I hope the greater care is taken in the future, checking quality control before shipping any other books.
Oh my God. He bullied this guy into keeping
his book.
I'm going to bully you. No, fuck you. You're going to take this shit.
He's like, I'm going to send you your books. No, please don't. No.
I really don't want them. No, we're going to send that. No, fuck you. We're going to send that shit. I don't care if it costs $100 to fucking send this shit over to the UK.
Yeah.
What?
And here's the thing. MG brings up a good point. I know that we screwed up here, but here's the $60 or 60% off coupon, because I'm not going to send you a free book. I want you to buy more of my stuff.
Correct.
So here's 60%,
but
so
not
you
a
can buy
statue.
more of my stuff. But not the
I will
statue.
say
No.
That is common practice, though.
Oh yeah, with the
60%. I can't tell you how many companies have sent that was our error. Here's 20% off on us, or whatever it might be.
That's fair. But
with the one thing that he pointed out, that Harkin pointed out here, that was not addressed and should be addressed, is him acknowledging the fact that if this is in fact a printing error, like you were saying it is, because Eric July keeps saying that it's a printing error, despite the fact also saying we found the error pre-production, then yes, that it should 100% be on the printer to cover that cost. And when I was working for Lucky, we had printing errors all the time. And I'll tell you, the company that we worked with, they were upstanding guys, that if we reached out to them to say, hey, there's an error with these that came in, like this printing's off or whatever it was, not only were they reprinting them at their cost, they were then expediting the shipping, which was probably an even heftier cost, to make sure they were in our stores in time for when they needed to be in it.
Oh wow.
Like that's also part of the reason we worked with that company, and they weren't the cheapest company. They were pretty pricey compared to other things. But I feel bad because I can't even think of the printer's name, the company's name. But the guy that ran it was a guy named Edwin, and one of the best, most upstanding guys. That if you emailed him, he was back to you within 20 minutes of here's the resolution.
Whoa!
Like just boom, here we go. Yeah,
damn.
Like. And they're based out of San Francisco. I need to try to figure out who they are, but maybe use them to print shit.
Yeah, look at that. So another shitstorm had been stirred, though, because not only did we have people who were international that were being like, "Hey, don't send me this book. I don't want to have to return it or keep it and then use the 60% to buy another one. I don't want to go through the hassle. Just don't send it to me." You then had people saying, well, if I have to return it, do I have to pay for the return?
Yeah.
And so then when we looked at the Rippaverse shipping returns on the website, it says our return process you will be responsible for paying for your own shipping costs for returning your item. Shipping costs are non-refundable. So by the shipping returns thing on the Rippaverse page, customers would have to pay to ship the book back and then buy the new one with the 60% off or whatever, right? And Yanzi Lin says our return process has never worked like this, quote unquote, because there was a post from Ethan who said who had kind of screenshotted this, because Eric said, I'm not sure where this information is coming from, but it's false. Our return process has never worked like this, as we will fund shipping in addition to issuing refunds. Additionally, the 60% on the next order applies to all Zalen customers, regardless of refund status. And so Ethan says, yeah, where is this information coming from? And where did that page from Yaira, blah, blah. So basically, I think it's a valid question. If I am a customer and I'm like, oh, shoot, do I have to ship this back and get a new one? Then I'm going to have to pay the shipping costs according to the website. But Eric had posted this on his twat where he said, sorry for your confusion. I like that. That's good. That's good.
Smart. Yeah. Genius.
You're referencing our general return policy, which covers non-damaged items. Oh.
I'm supposed to know that, but I'm too stupid.
Yeah, no, I
got it.
It's our confusion.
No, it's okay. You're stupid. You didn't read everything. That's all right. That's all right. You're stupid.
Sorry for your confusion.
Yeah, you fucking dumbass. It's okay. You're stupid. You don't know how to read. It's okay.
We have a lax return policy. How am I supposed to know that?
Yeah. You idiot.
That's separate from our damaged goods process. When the error's on us, we've always covered reshipping costs, and customers can vouch for that. Cool, that's fine, but like, where do I read that? Is that here? Conditions for returns. In order for the goods to be eligible for return, please make sure that the goods be received a third party appointed who is not the carrier. The goods are unused.
You've never had any errors on you. This is the first time you've taken accountability for something. So how would I assume that you've had any errors in the past?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Also, how exactly are you covering the cost? Because a lot of times if you have something that comes in with the shipping return label, it automatically charges the customer when you then ship to return it. Like, it's set up that once it gets scanned, it's like, all right, well, that cost is now on the customer.
Good question. But, you know, Rippaguy 808 says that Rippaverse Publishing is running like a real business.
This is a bot. This is not right?
I don't know. 543 followers. That's pretty big.
Jesus God.
Able to build or adjust policies based on different use cases.
Policies are there for a reason, not because they shift and we flex on our policy. A policy is something that you're like, this is our policy. We don't flex on this. I'm sorry.
Concrete. Yes.
Well,
that's whatever it wanted to be.
Look, I will say companies, they flex on their policies, you know, but they word it in a more professional way of, you know, like that things are subject to change at any time.
Just this once we're changing our policy, or we're gonna.
No. A lot of times you will have a policy, and then at the very end, it'll say something along the lines of, "Our terms and policies are subject to change at any time."
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So this was a big point of contention for Rippaverse. Well, not necessarily Rippaverse, but just like, you know, the quote unquote detractor space. There were just a lot of people that were like, okay, well, especially here, let's go to this. Your boy Zaxx was livid about this because he was saying basically, let's see. Eric July is a gaslighting POS. Nobody said that a single instance of a misprint is a big deal. The point is that Eric lies about it, and he continues to lie about it. And he's had misprint issues twice in the past 3 months, even though he has a warehouse and is his own distributor. And there were ample opportunities both times to inspect the books, but they didn't. There was another thing that he said that talked about that he's basically putting the onus on the customer instead of on the publisher.
Correct.
And I forget where he said that. Maybe Eric July is still passing the buck and blaming the printers when it's clear that he didn't inspect the books before shipping. Take that, Heather Ontos. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe yeah, this is all Rippaverse stuff, by the way. So
tism.
Yes, sir. Multiple times a day, too, by the way.
God, he got caught in the crosshairs. And
yeah. I did think this was funny, though. Rippatards earn their name every day. And this was a comment on one of his Rippa videos. Y'all making a big deal about nothing because yet your loser ass can't even get a book out on time. Most of y'all in Comic Book Gate or whatever the hell is called can't even get books out on time. and still lying to people, and you're mad that what Eric had an error. I don't know. Seems like a lot of you guys coming off a little bit racist and jealous. If you ask me, you're mad at a black man is doing better than half of y'all losers. I'm just saying. 0 punctuation.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a
stream of consciousness. Yeah.
Trey can often be found in the Comics Aficionados chats.
Really? Oh, no. Too funny.
Why?
Yeah.
Why do you carry the water for this asshole? Like, even after this now, like, how can you really sit there and be like, you know what? I'm still going to continue to back him and support him, and go out there, and I'm going to be his white knight or black knight or whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, and say these things and pick these fights. It's like, why? He doesn't respect you. He respects nobody. You are all below him. We're all fucking retards. He is so much better than us. That's how he sees you, as a fucking peon, and you will take whatever I give you.
I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, Kyle, but I think it's because they feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. I feel like they truly believe that they are part of a movement, right? They're part of this thing that's like, a cultural war bond, right? Like your boy has said, where he says, like, you buy the book, not because you actually like the book or because you're supporting the art, but you buy it because you can, say, haha, here's to all you wokies, this is the best thing ever. So take that, Marvel. And this is my cultural war bond. But so I think they fight so vehemently for him because they believe that they are part of a movement or a activist, like club, like, I don't know.
It's really bizarre. It's almost the people that were like involved with Scientology with L. Ron Hubbard. Like, it's just, it's crazy minded that are looking for something.
Yeah.
To be a part of something. I get that. Like, that kind of makes sense to me, but I would like to know, what would it take for you to realize he is a charlatan and he does not know what the fuck he's doing. He's not creative. He can't write for shit. He can't even print a book properly. Like, basic fundamental stuff. Like, he can't get that correct. So what will it take? He's literally calling you stupid. So I don't, what else can he do? I don't know.
Like, what else can he do to, like, are you asking what failure would make it so apparent,
right,
he just does not care about them?
Yeah.
I mean, these are blatant things. I feel like, like when I, because like when you get red pilled, you like wake up and you're like, whoa, maybe the government isn't for my best interest, right? Or like something like that, right? I think I woke up to the whole Rippaverse thing when I read that concept art book. That was my moment.
That would do it.
I was like, oh my God.
You don't
He's an
say.
idiot.
Yeah.
He can't write.
No.
He can't read. He can't write. And he sold this book for $75 and duped me. Like, that's how I felt. I felt bamboozled. I was like, oh my God. I was taken for my money.
My wake up moment with Eric July was when he was on Wes's stream.
Oh, I didn't know he was on.
He was on Wes's stream once?
Yeah, he did a Comics Aficionados with us once. And the thing that I remember the most, he joined that Saturday was right after Skip and Tosh had passed away. And we started the stream off talking about Skip. And you could tell he was irritated that we were talking about someone passing away.
Oh no.
And it's just like, what a piece of shit, bro. Like, fuck off.
Damn.
To be fair, I mean,
did he put out a book yet at that point? Sorry. Did he put
he'd
out
already
a book?
He'd already had his, I think they were getting ready to launch or had just launched ISOM 2.
Okay.
Oh well.
So pretty early.
I wonder, and just I can definitely see that from him. But if you watch him on any other live stream, he looks like that. Like anytime anyone else is talking, he just looks like he wishes he would be anywhere else. You know. Anytime he does.
Welcome Eric July to the channel. Hey, oh no.
He's like, yeah, man, yeah, and just like doesn't really say anything for like half the time, and you're like, cool,
you're talking about him.
Yeah. So, MG says the red pill doesn't recruit. It just puts out the information and people find it when they've realized they've been lied to and want to know why. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He's actively recruiting people and expecting you to go out there and defend him. It's like demanding tutelage almost. Like I demand that when you buy these books and you do this, you support us in this way.
And I think that is kind of the, MG brings up a good point. It's almost sad in a way where they don't know any better and they can't be convinced otherwise. Like I've never seen people more vehemently on this cause,
Snyder Bros.
That bad to that level, you think?
Yeah. Oh God,
like
yeah.
It.
Man. The only person I'd go to bat for like that is Jesus Christ. That's it.
Yeah. Which he was in a comic this week, just FYI.
That's right, he was. He was in the Superman book, wasn't he?
That's right.
Yeah.
Did I not read? I read Superman. What the fuck?
Yeah, you did. You missed Jesus being in there? Jesus Christ of Nazareth?
I love it being like, so if you go we'll get to it later.
Yeah. We can actually do our comic reviews because I don't think I really have anything else to say about Eric. It is just fascinating to me, man. It perplexes me. The more and more I see, the more and more I just have more to say. And I'm just like, man, this bugs the hell out of me because it's just like, it feels like he's putting it on the customers and the customers. It's like, you know what it is? It's the battered wife syndrome. It's like, oh, he loves me. He hits me across the face because he loves me. And it's like, you were put in the hospital. Like your skull was cracked open. She's like, well, he just wanted to show me that he meant what he said. And I'm like,
it was my fault. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I get it.
I didn't want to ask for a refund, so I'm going to keep the book and I'm just going to buy another book.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
Never mind. I don't want to.
I tried to say I don't want the fucking books. Quit shipping them out to me. I don't want them. I don't want them. But I guess I do want them. It turns out I do. I love them. I want all of them.
No, you're right.
I want all 4 of them, please.
I should pay for international shipping to get them.
Give me 4 misprinted books. I want all 4 of them misprinted. Thank you.
All of them. Yep. And then I'll buy more once the 60% comes in, and I'll do that thing.
Well, now they're collectible, so I'll sell them for more.
There you go. Yeah. I have collectibles.
Yep.
I was gonna say there was this video, but I forget what he said. Oh, you know what? I have to
Is he drunk?
My tab. What's that?
He looked drunk in that.
Hey man. Shit. Man.
Fuck.
Well, y'all just got out of this massive meeting, and I wanted to give you a quick update. You all know about the print binding issues that impact some of the Zalen copies, but
wait,
I thought it was all of them.
Wait, he said some?
He said some.
I heard him say some.
Some.
So which ones?
Which one is it?
All or some? And are you reprinting or are you just reprinting cover D for whatever fucking reason?
Yeah, why are you just reprint cover D? Like, huh?
But he's taking all of them down off the website while they're figuring it out.
Yep. Jesus God, my head.
So even if I'm literally like I have a headache now because I'm like, wait. So if I ordered cover A, they're not reprinting that one. So I will be cursed with the fucked up cover A for life.
Yeah.
But I can reorder a cover D, which is...
That'll be the only one that will be reprinted normally.
Reprinted with the normal... Okay.
Apparently.
Okay. But still some... the printing issue is only on some, not all. So.
Right.
But if you don't know about those details, just go watch my previous video. As of me recording this video, barely anybody has asked for a refund, but we're still giving those customers that bought Zaylin, regardless of refund status, 60% off of their next order. And that has...
So he says like, oh, barely anyone has offered or asked for a refund or whatever. Your boy Zaxx had said that the reason why that is because no one's reading it.
For sure.
100%.
So that could be one, way of thinking about it. The other reason I thought was maybe they're not asking for a refund because they don't want to ship it because they knew that they would have to incur the shipping costs. But we kind of went through that, and I guess Eric had already debunked that and said, no, we aren't going to make you pay. We are going to pay for the shipping cost for that. So yeah, I don't know. I think the people who are going to buy these books, it is more of a hassle for them to ship it back. They just want to keep it because it's a quote unquote collectible, and they have no problem paying more money for another book if they want that, new one. Because I think at this point, these are people who are like diehards, like they will buy anything. So of course they're not going to want the refund.
No, and people are inherently lazy. It's like, I sure as fuck wouldn't want to go and have to find something to put this book in. Not that I would give a shit and return it. Like, whatever.
That's my understanding. So,
real
quick. If
we return it with the piece of shit, also in the package. Do I still get my 60%?
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's beat to hell and back, if I burn it and then send it back, do I still get my?
Or you rip off the front cover like retailers would, and you just go like, oh yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do, right?
Yep, I did that more than I care to admit.
Yeah. Kaiser says, I know what a woman is. That's good, but what is Comicsgate? The topic still confuses me. I'll give my description, but maybe Kyle, if you have one that might be better, you may be able to weigh in on this a little bit as well. I think Comicsgate started as a movement from the indie space, the crowdfunding space, Kickstarter, Indiegogo, things like that, that basically said, we want comics to be comics again. We don't want to have to adhere to the social justice warriors of the 2016 era and the all new, all different Marvel. So we are going to make our own comics and disassociate ourselves from the mainstream. And that became Ethan Van Sciver, Shane Davis, John Malin, your boy Zaxx.
You're coming in like 2 years into the Comicsgate movement at that point.
Yeah.
So Comicsgate movement really was just a bunch of people saying, hey, we don't want this nonsense. Like, we're tired of identity politics, ruling our stories. We want our stories. We want the hero's journey. We want to see the character archetypes that we've known and loved for so long. That's what we want. Stop forcing this down our throats. And then the moment it came, that was probably like 2013, 2014. And the Comicsgate name had even been a derivative of Gamergate. So that was just the thing. It was just an online movement of people going, we don't want this anymore. And they're vocal about it. But of course, the moment they became vocal was the moment you started getting, oh, you're misogynist, you're sexist, you're this, you're that, whatever. There were roughly about 2 years of that before you had the crowdfunding, like, we're going to take the names Comicsgate, make it our crowdfunding thing, and go from there. So, yeah, but
no, thank you for adding that in there, because that's a really good point. Because I wasn't actually here, I wasn't around for when Comicsgate was in its inception. Like, I was graduating college, prepping for the Marine Corps, so I wasn't fully into the comic book industry stuff yet. Like, I was still just buying regular comics or whatever, floppies here and there, but yeah. All right. But isn't it ironic? Isn't it ironic, guys, that Image had a misprint in one of their The Moon is Following Us? Remember the thing from Daniel Warren Johnson? The Moon is Following Us. They have a trade paperback. And here, I'm just going to share the whole window. So, Bleeding Cool, Image Comics asks comic book stores to destroy copies of The Moon is Following Us collection by Daniel Warren Johnson, Riley Rossmo, and Mike Spicer. I guess that this guy says, no, it's just a collectible.
And some will keep it. Of course they will. And they'll try to turn it into a collectible. Yeah.
Yeah. But they asked them to destroy it due to missing pages in some of the copies. Some copies.
Okay.
But guys, this is pretty ironic, isn't it? That, whoa, the same week that Eric July has a misprint, Image Comics also has a misprint. Whoa.
That's irony.
That's definitely irony.
100%. It's not just like, okay.
Yeah. I don't think so. The reason why I'm being tongue in cheek here is because Eric had put out a tweet that basically said, how ironic, and then he reposted the Bleeding Cool article. It wouldn't be ironic unless it were like EVS who had a printing issue. Then it would be ironic because, EVS always makes fun of Eric for his printing issues. Right. But then if Ethan had a printing issue, then Eric could repost it and go, ironic, isn't it? But doing it to Image Comics does nothing. That's not ironic.
No, it's just something that happened.
Yeah, it's just one thing that also what he should have said is, what a coincidence. Right? Because it's a coincidence that the two printing things would have happened on the same week.
Mm-hmm.
One from Image, one from Rippaverse.
I blame What's Her Nuts for this, but I don't think people know what irony actually means.
No.
He doesn't know for damn sure.
Yeah. No. Well, what's her name? Isn't it ironic? What do you think?
Oh, Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, her.
It's like rain
on your wedding day.
Yeah.
Almost everything in that song is not irony. Just so we're clear. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
For it to qualify to be irony, therefore ironic, it has to literally be the opposite.
Yeah.
That's irony is the opposite, not the circumstance sucks. That's just crappy circumstances. But I don't know. It's just I'm just having an English moment.
I know.
I can learn your words, people.
I'm there with you.
Maybe
if you spent more time at the library, you might understand things a little bit better.
Maybe Eric listened to that Alanis Morissette song and he was like, this is what irony is. And then he was like, isn't it ironic,
Or at least ask somebody what irony before you start doing that shit.
Well, you better ask them.
You got to ask them.
You got to ask an ossifer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially an ossifer. Especially. But yeah, no, it is funny. It is ironic, MG, that he's saying it to Image when Image actually corrected the problem and just said, hey, destroy the books and we'll send you the new ones. Like, it's not a big deal.
Now, see, the action taken, that is irony. You have one that's like, no, it's on you. And then the other's like, no, it's on us.
Yeah.
That is the irony.
So I guess Eric was right after all. It was ironic.
Because he still thinks the irony is that they also misprinted something.
Yeah. Yep.
And no.
No, you're the dipshit.
Yeah.
Dude, now I want to listen to that song.
No, you don't.
It's like rain on your wedding day.
Something about a drawer full of spoons when all you need is a knife.
Yeah. That's ironic.
It's like meeting the man of your dreams and his beautiful wife.
God, that music video.
Been there every time.
Yeah, that's great. All right, gentlemen, it's about that time that we talk about comics on the show. So let's get into our comic reviews. All right. Before we do that, Kyle, do you want to show off your picks that you got? Salty is dying to know what you got. He came onto the stream tonight solely to see what we picked. Ooh, gotta show him the good stuff.
So I got a sketch cover here.
Oh yeah,
that was nice.
That was number one.
Sketch cover. I got the cover A.
Yeah, gotta have the classic, cover A.
Yeah. I got whatever Long Duck Dong, whatever the fuck that guy's name is.
Long Duck Dong.
I don't know.
I think it was like a 1 in 10 variant, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Sue, Cream of some young guy. I don't know, but
way too low. Some young guy.
Yeah, something wrong. And then the best one, I got the foil for the preview advanced edition of issue 2. Yeah. That's the one I wanted, and I happened to pull it. Last pull.
Dude.
So, spoiler
that
alert.
Seriously was the clutch move of the evening. That shit made me so hype. That was so cool. I can't believe we pulled it.
I know.
And I'm going to say we because we all were here together to experience
I needed that mojo.
Yeah. We manifested. You had the the sticky fingers and we're ready to
Oh yeah.
Salty says, excellent. Got the Marvel team up foil and a couple cover B's and C's. Love that number 2 foil preview.
Yeah, thank you. That foil
Kaiser went 1 for
1
on the Spidey foil. That's some good luck.
Hey,
Bought one and got one. There you go.
Oh no, I still got one more. Could be in
don't
here.
You dare. Don't you dare.
Could be in there.
Do it.
It's gonna be such a shit book, and
It'll
all
be
gonna
another
be
cover
demoralized.
A. No.
Yeah. Or it's the 1 in 1,000
It could be.
Ryan Otley, God.
It
But it's not. It's not that.
I mean, it could be though.
It could be.
But that's with the lottery. Doesn't everyone say someone's got to win it?
See,
but it's not going to be you though.
Why not?
Because it's not someone, but not you.
You don't know. It could be.
Oh
boys.
I do think it's cool that cover C is the blind bag itself.
That is pretty funny.
I think that's kind of cool. Yeah. Salty says, got one more blind bag on the way from Midtown, hoping for that number 2 foil. Dude, Salty, get it, brother. We hope you get it as well, because number 2 looks sick. So. All right. So the first one I wanted to bring up tonight is the blue-eyed boy himself, Zising. Ben Grimm is a classic character, one of my favorites. And has just got such a charm, such charisma about him. What did you all think of The Thing number 1? Tony Fleeks, by the way, a great writer from, one of our favorite books that's ongoing right now, Feral.
I will give this. I will say that I saw that there was a Thing number 1, and I went, oh, God, this is probably going to be awful. And then I saw Tony Fleeks, and I was like, oh, this is probably going to be good. And then I read it, and I was like, yeah.
It's pretty awful.
It's pretty fucking awful.
Yeah. I did not have fun with this.
Nope.
No. First off, they steal the Warriors at the intro, literally from the movie The Warriors.
Yep.
Oh,
that scene of him talking into the radio with the red background, like it's a fucking disc jockey, literally from the movie The Warriors, and then taken again in John Wick 4. And I'm like, all right, fine, whatever.
It's a callback.
Yeah. Homage.
Yeah.
But then I'm waiting for this story to get started, and I don't feel like this issue ever gets started.
Yeah. Or it just kind of starts without
nothing.
Yeah, just like things start happening, and I'm like, wait, why are things happening? We haven't established anything yet.
No. And I'm like, I'm waiting for the city to start attacking him, or everybody just to start beating the living shit out of him because somebody put out a huge bounty on the thing for everybody to hear. And so I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna be showing up to his apartment later. He's using him to get him out into the open, so then we can all just fucking kill him, so then I can get the contract and get this money. But
that was what the initial
happen.
Yeah. Well, that's what this initial scene was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, they pulled a Rippaverse. They said 4.5 hours from now. When's now? Why don't you just start the book when the book starts? 2 weeks from now. Where's now? Why is it 2 weeks? Why aren't we just starting now?
Was it 2 weeks ago or 2 weeks from now? 2 weeks ago. It's like, from when?
So 4.5 hours from now. From when? When's now? Where in there? Yeah.
Let's go back to now. We can't go back to now. Why not? We just missed it. When? Just now. When will then be now? Soon.
But no, yeah, you're absolutely right. Because I read this and I was like, oh wow, so they have a bounty on his head. But then it's like not, because then he goes on a mystery hunt for a woman who's missing.
Yeah, this guy's like, my sister's missing. And
oh God, look at this.
You're a piece of shit, but I'll help your sister out. But you're an asshole.
Yeah. And they meet Gladiator in the bar, who's like hallucinating and cracked out of his mind, and I guess he has superpowers and could be a crackhead. But yeah, man, this was just so bland.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, this isn't the story. I'm like, get to the story. It's like, okay, what's happening?
Everything about this feels amateur. The plotting, the writing, the art, the colors.
Sure.
Like for me, it's a just miss across the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I hate to say that because I like Tony, but
me too. Yeah, as Randy from American Idol would say, it's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Gonna be a no for me, dog.
This was gonna be a no for me, dog. Sorry, dog.
Yeah.
But then at the end, we do get the guy who's making the call. But he's talking to Kingpin.
Yep.
So Kingpin's gonna put the hit out on Ben?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess.
Because now is when Kingpin is calling him, and then it's 4 hours from when the Kingpin called.
Yeah. Can I what's going on with Homegirl's cheeks?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's got gills or something. I don't know. Who knows?
I don't know.
She needs to get those gills circumcised so they don't look yeah.
All that being said, they also kind of deprived us of some cool. Now we do get some cool action here. I do think that there are scenes that, this looks pretty good.
Sure.
But like when they're walking through the Baxter building or wherever they're at, I don't know. This doesn't really look all that good.
I mean, it almost looks as bad as JR's current art.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Very boring and very just bland.
Stale.
And like, let's just get it out there. I'm like, you have a really cool opening. Yes, it's homage. Yes, it's done before, but that thing is fun. Like that setup of, hey, we're gonna have a disc jockey, somebody put out a huge hit on the thing, and anyone's open to this contract, and it's like, okay, that's cool. And it's kind of a ticking clock. It's like, okay, that's fun. Yeah. And then you're gonna go through each issue is going to be a new baddie, or even somebody good eventually turning evil, trying to get him potentially
a new opponent.
Yeah, to get this. And I think then obviously you bring in Doom as kind of a main baddie, or maybe he teams up with Doom. Who the fuck knows? I don't know, but you could have some fun with it. But to not do that and then play some stupid time loop also, where it's like, no, that's 4 hours from right now. Late.
Yeah, they decided not to do anything, any of those options. Yeah, nothing.
This issue
so
is
nothing
a
happened.
waste of time.
Yeah. Which is that should be like the theme of tonight's show is like wasted opportunities or like wasted because wasted potential. Punisher, Thing, Spidey and Wolverine.
Whoa.
I mean,
which we'll get to next.
We're looking at the past 13 years of the big two.
Yeah.
Wasted
potential. Yeah.
Wasted,
so, did you guys mind? So I see this in movies a lot, especially after like Suicide Squad and Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like you've got the team, they're fighting, it's about time, they're almost gonna do it. Are they gonna kill him? And then right before the like big action scene hits, they're like, phew, wasn't that crazy? Right? Like I feel like this happens a lot in movies nowadays. And they did it here where they're like, Ben, we need you. And he's like, it's clobbering. And then they just, nope.
He doesn't even get clobbering. He just gets it's.
Yeah.
Look, as
Does this bug you or is,
as a technique, I don't mind it. However, it is so overused at this point.
Yeah.
And oftentimes at the expense of what would have been more entertaining. Like for the sake of comics, I used to always talk about how James Tynion writes around his plot and writes around his action. He would do stuff like this, but it was at the expense of then just having talking heads discussing shit that doesn't matter. Like, I don't care what you had yesterday for lunch. It's a fucking comic book. Go punch somebody.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't
especially in the Thing
science.
comic. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, look, if you had 2 pages more and then cut, it would have been more acceptable, but you're literally getting to the very big, like, it's like, all right, the fight's really starting. Just kidding. It's ended.
Yeah, just like this comic's gonna be starting. It doesn't. It's gonna be starting again.
Never gets started.
Sage got the thing really carrying a giant dick on his shoulder.
Okay, I didn't want to be the only one, but that's a big wiener, right? That's just
a veiny dick.
It's veiny, yeah.
Schlong, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, because really, what should have happened is this page of Kingpin. Hold on, let me zoom out real quick. This page should have been the first page, or maybe this one, right? Sir, I think we've got a problem. Blah blah blah. Who's asking? What's the this one's big, sir. It's Grimm. It's Ben Grimm. And then we start. Oh my gosh. They're going to have a hit out on Ben Grimm's head because Kingpin wants him dead. Blah, blah, blah. Flash over to the Baxter building. Whoa, the action scene. They're fighting in the 4th dimension or wherever. They're in the, negative zone. And then after Ben gets out of the negative zone, then he finds out, oh my gosh, people are after me. But they decided to not do any of that.
I would have, there's so many. You could have done so many things here, and it would have been
yeah, big misstep.
Oh, such a bummer too, man. Because, like I said, wasted potential. I want a good Thing book. That'd be super because then we'd have a good Ultimate Wolverine and a good Thing book. That'd be sweet.
Maybe we need an Ultimate Thing. That's what she said.
No,
who doesn't?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Well, speaking of Wolverine, he teamed up with someone this week, didn't he, Josh?
He did. He teamed up with our El Spidey.
Spidey. Spiderman, the amazing Steve Spiderman.
Yeah,
Spiderman.
Kyle, do you
watch it?
Are you a fan of Carrie Andrews' art?
Carrie. I liked this was like Marvel versus Capcom to me. That's what I literally got out of this cover. And I'm like,
it's giving.
Okay, I can dig it. Like I can see Wolverine like doing he's like breathing up and down, ready to go. Like I can feel that.
Berserker Barrage.
Yeah. Yep. This is great. Okay, I'm with you on that.
Fucking nerd.
That one's
I like this one.
That's a bomb cover.
That's good. I love the lighting on that. So good.
Yeah.
Well, the lighting is cool, but also just the structured layout of how the X of Wolverine's claws actually match up to Spidey's legs. Like, just graphically, I think it's a well structured cover too.
Yeah, agreed.
And I mean, first opening page.
I liked it. I was like,
yeah,
okay, I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, same.
Kick ass. Just, I mean, over exaggerated musculature, crazy violence, speed lines, great colors. You know, the berserker rage coming through Wolvie's eyes. Like, this is a page. This is a first page. This is
the Wolverine I've been wanting for a while now. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
I'm with you.
No, really. But yeah, the reason why I ask about if you're a fan of Carrie Andrews' art is because I think a lot of people, they're mixed, which is fair, which I think is understandable. Josh, I think for you had said there are points where you're like, I'm digging it, and then there are points where it's like sloppy.
100%. Yep. Completely. Yep. I'll stand by that.
Yeah.
I think that he gets away with the fact that he does things a little abstract as an excuse to not have tight designs or tight panels.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about some when we get there, but yeah.
Yeah. And I give him the benefit of the doubt because I like his McFarlane-esque style, right? It's a little bit of Kaiser says reminds me of Madureira. Madureira is a little bit sleeker and he does have that video game anime style, but it's cleaner. It's much sharper. This feels more messy. This feels more unfocused and more chaotic.
This stuff here looks fine. If you scroll down a little bit, the aesthetic or what he was trying to do here with this layered Wolverine thing doesn't work. Like I think the concept of it was better than the actual execution, but I still don't think this is bad art. I think you're gonna see some bad art later on. But for me,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like this is pretty crisp and concise and still has a flair of like personality to it, which I like. So,
oh well, that's why I love Carrie Andrews' stuff because it does have personality. It's got character. It's very noticeable. Well, it's very unique, and you notice that it's Carrie Andrews stuff. Like right,
it's like a signature. You know, it's him. Yeah,
totally. Now, I will say, and this is actually something that my comic shop owner and I talked about. I think he's better in Spider-Man Reign, the first one. I think his best stuff probably comes from that Spider-Man Reign book.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing it's not to that level, which is where I'd like it to be. But like that's probably where his peak was, and so he's still trying to, I don't know, figure it out. By the way, we're still only talking about art. We'll get to the story later. But because it's but
it makes no sense why these two team up.
Exactly.
They give you the answer on the previous page. They let you know exactly why they're teaming up, but you've got to like this is a page that I enjoyed. This is where I think Carrie Andrews does his weird Carrie Andrews things, and yes, this is an homage. I get it. But I feel like this is where it works, and it's not my favorite thing, but I respect this for what it is. But I'll also say everything here, as far as the anatomy, works with the design. Whereas later, you're going to see body parts that look like they're just massively larger than what they should be according to even with the Kari Andrews type of design and weirdness.
Right.
You've got a bulging thigh that's bigger than your torso. Like maybe that's just laziness.
Yeah. Yep. I know exactly what panel you're talking about, though, Josh. Yeah. He tries it again. So earlier he did this with Wolverine, the profile shot.
Yeah.
He tries it again with Spidey. I still don't think it works in either one.
Nope.
Too busy.
It's too busy. Too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. I think it would work with a different artist.
If you had the profile of the face and then took what's layered on it and moved it over so that it was next to it, or vice versa, so that it's coming from behind, it would work.
Yeah.
But he's got to have this bitch on here too. So
thank God.
Oh my God! Like we don't ever have a good day.
You're always late.
And he's like, "Yeah, bitch, I'm protecting the world, okay?"
Yeah, you whore.
But I can't tell her that. Yeah.
What's that Key and Peele sketch where I think it's Jordan Peele is dressed up as the chick going to the movie theater and like the boyfriend's already seated and she's like,
Megan or Megan?
Where are you? Andre. And he's like, Megan. Andre. Yeah. I get those vibes here.
That's totally her. She's Megan.
Am I the only one that had flashbacks to that bad fucking awful date issue?
Yep.
This
I thought of.
Yeah.
First thing I thought of.
Where Rhino and oh my God.
Because I was literally like, is this the same chick from the date issue?
Isn't it?
Probably, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be.
Where Rhino is like talking to Peter about like, I get how hard dating is, bro. Like I'm on the dating apps too.
Yeah, I'm on Grindr too. It is tough to find a match. It's like
Grindr too.
Yes. What? All right.
Well, find Peter's best like, glory holes.
Oh God. It's definitely a flashback of that for sure. I mean, this was by far the worst scene in the book. This whole dating nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because then he's racing off into the sunset, and they're still having a full-on conversation.
Wolverine.
Yeah, why are his sunglasses so gay?
Wolverine's about to start performing the YMCA. That's all I can tell
you. What?
Yeah.
Young man. Hold up. While we talk about Wolverine, or his lack of masculinity there. There is
X-Men from last week. Or Wolverine's
his jean shorts.
Yeah, look at them girls with the days.
Oh no. That one's pretty bad too. Yeah. No. In issue 50 of Wolverine. Where is he? We're looking for the 1986, I think it is, series. But yeah, in issue number 50, I think it's like
is that it with him doing the go back up a little bit?
Oh, no, this is just the 4-issue mini.
Oh.
Shoot, I normally always see it on here. Here it is. So if we go down to issue 50.
Jesus Christ.
But this is the baby.
Not much better, but
this one? Oh, come on. He's got ladies crawling on him, bro. Dude, look at that. That's a man. And he's got a cigar out of his mouth.
Because they know he's gay.
Hey, just who do you think you are, Buster? Darling, if I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here. Now that's Wolvie. Look at that.
Did he drive into a hospital up and go up the stairs on his motorcycle?
Disregard that. Anyway.
Disregard that.
Oh
How
man.
very dare you.
So,
How dare you?
How dare you? So yeah, comparatively to this, nope. Don't want this Wolverine. These sunglasses suck.
Yeah.
Once again, we get some cool art.
Go with this page.
I was fine with it.
Once we get these bad boys, these bad Larrys. These
okay.
This is fun. I'm having fun.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Before we get into the action scene, I want to say hi to Marvel Star Wars Fanatic 6. What's up, dude? He says, "Sup, y'all. Hope you guys are doing well. I had a really wild week, a lot of life changes and crazy things going on for me, but it should all be for the good in the long run. Just kind of overwhelmed." Well,
Yep.
I'm sorry you're feeling overwhelmed, man, but I'm glad that you're hanging out with us. Maybe take a load off, enjoy, us just talking comics, escape for a little bit, and hopefully all these life changes will end up, like you said, good in the long run. So that's awesome, man. Thanks for joining us tonight. So yeah, fun action scene. What did you guys think of them swapping villains?
It's expected. I just hated the way that they acknowledged it in the dialogue.
Right.
Where Spidey kind of tongue-in-cheek goes,
"Hey, how about you take my guy and I'll take yours?" It's like
kind of spice things up a little bit. Yeah.
Like, whoa, can you not say it like that?
Down,
all right. Calm down. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Wolverine's like, "Bro, I'm straight." Like,
yeah. At least for now.
How many women I've fucked? Yeah.
Whoa.
But no, I mean, I like the dialogue from both Kraven and Omega Red.
Yeah,
Omega Red is a sick character.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's all a little schlocky and a little hokey, but it fits what they're going for here.
Totally.
And in that respect, it works. So,
And then, Josh, I know that you liked this panel layout and this kind of storytelling a lot. Where
I think it's a fun thing to do. Like you got all start to say you got all the blacks there. You got all the blacks there.
Oh boy!
How'd your kids? How'd your wife? And hold on to your wallets. But no, I like the fact that it's just the shadowed, and you get very minimal light to tell you what's going on. It's just something to make it interesting and not be the same kind of monotonous type of storytelling. So kudos to Kari for that. But for me, this moment, as much as I love it, for me, the comic started kind of falling apart from this point on.
Oh, it went into kooky town. I was like, nope, I can't do this anymore. And this is just stupid.
And the weird part is that it actually lost the goodwill that it had from me. And I know that like a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, I love this because it's wacky." And it's like, whoa, what if the roles were reversed? And I get that it is Mysterio that is doing all this, right? Because it is in fact mentioned here in the book where Kraven says, "Oh, you don't think I've made some friends along the way? It was a matter of time before your enemies and the spiders recognize they are in common cause with another." So that's why Spidey says, "I think I know where the protocols are and who Kraven's ally is," quote unquote, which is then when he sees Mysterio. But my question is, how does Mysterio know both Wolverine and Spidey's memories to be able to swap them? And I guess it's not an answer that I'll probably ever get, but that's where I guess we get the schlockiness, right?
Yeah.
This whole thing I thought was really rough. And I'll admit, I was reading this pretty quickly to try to get through as many books as possible, but I had, I think, misunderstood some things that I thought Mysterio was part of the illusion, not actually creating the illusion.
Okay.
So I will take that hit on me, but it's just weird.
And I can understand like why, because this all seems like an illusion. So having Mysterio there would maybe also feel like an illusion. But
yeah,
I think having Kraven say like, "Hey, he's my ally," and this makes.
Well, I think it's also just something as basic as like you don't see Mysterio before the illusions, which fine, I get it. That's usually kind of what they do with Mysterio. But you get him after he takes one hit, and then you don't see him again. And it's like, okay, well, if you want to make it clear that he's actually in the room with Omega Red and Kraven, maybe have him like stick around for a bit. Not like, oh, got punched once and well, next.
Yeah, he's a glass cannon. What can you do? I do know that on your dropping your floppies show,
floppy
drop. I do know that Drew liked this a lot.
He loved. There's no lie. He loved this,
and he was like, "Oh, the action figures that you could get, and blah blah." I do not like this.
It's so fucking stupid. It's just so dumb.
And it's it's not me being like, "Oh no, Drew, you're dumb" or whatever. I think that there are a lot of really interesting things here. With this is cool. Wolverine holding up the panel is like as the classic Spider-Man cover. I like that a lot. Or Spidey getting adamantium pulled out of him. But
it's also just a bunch of key jangling. Like at the end
of
the day,
100%.
Yeah,
totally is. But this is retardo. I did not. Wolverine belongs in the Weapon X suit. That's it. He's the only one who can pull this off. I don't know why Spidey has his mask on under the helmet
and his two gloves.
I think it's so you'd know that it's actually Spider-Man. If they didn't do that, you would just assume this is Logan.
Exactly.
Right. We're gonna see something.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
But no, I'm like, no. So even as an action figure, I think this would be really lame. I think people would be like, I'm good. Nah, no thanks. So
I'm not gonna get the hot toy.
Yeah. This is a good question from MG. Is it still explained, or is it even explained how Omega Red, Kraven, and Mysterio are even there and why together?
No,
they do not explain that.
Just that they're going after the same thing that Spidey and Wolverine are looking for, but it
the knock list from Mission Impossible, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See, this is Marvel vs. Capcom. This panel, right?
Yep.
But so we find Mysterio, blah blah, and then Josh, we get put directly into the MCU, and why is that?
Because everything's got to be MCU. It's the bestest ever.
Bestest ever. But how do they do that? Because Wolverine is like Bucky.
Yep.
From Civil War.
Yep. Oh, it is beat for beat Civil War.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, it is.
So the twist in this issue is that interestingly enough, Wolverine is the one who has killed Spidey's parents when they were like undercover doing some spy work, and Wolverine is on the plane that they're on, and they say, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "My job." Oh, chilling. And so finally we get Spidey at the very end here, and he says, "I'm going to kill you."
With that thunder thigh.
Nice looking Wolverine, and
is it? It looks like a blob.
That is a blob.
Muscles,
and his leg is he's got an infection, and Wolverine is turned into gloop. I don't know what's going on.
Gloop, gloop, glop, glorp. Yep. But so the story is wonky. Is it wonky enough to still have fun with, though? Like, can you turn your brain off and be like, I'll just have fun with it? Or is it too wonky to where you're just like, I don't even know what's happening?
I lean more to the latter. Like I understand what's happening, but
yeah,
for me it's a little little too much, and I feel like it's only going to get worse. With the like not being able to control yourself and how much you do in a single point in time.
It's fair.
Yeah.
I'm about there too. I thought it went too far.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. I really love the art, and I know that it's messy, especially here with like Green Goblin, and it's like he looks like more the cellulite goblin, but but I love how he does Wolverine. I get a kick out of this like really great artistic kind of flexibility, and like just almost there's a messiness to it that's still a lot of fun, that makes the art just super kinetic and really energetic and just wild. And it's his signature style, which I don't mind, but yeah, I don't know if I can go on this journey with them with this kind of story. So
yeah, I mean, look, I'll give it another issue, but I don't know how much
totally.
more I'll give it other than that.
Oh yeah, I'll give it the goodwill of like an issue 2 and 3.
For sure. Yeah, and I'll say this too. I talked about this on my show, but this whole idea that exploring the past and finding out that these characters are connected in the past isn't shocking, and it's not interesting either. Like for me, it just makes the world in that universe that much smaller. I don't need Wolverine killing Peter's parents to create conflict between Wolverine and Peter. They're two very different individuals. There would naturally be conflict there. You don't have to manufacture this fake ass conflict. And then I brought this up, and it's hit or miss, but I prefer the idea of Peter's parents, and this book didn't create this, but I prefer the idea of Peter's parents just being normal people. I think it makes Peter more interesting that his parents were normal people. I think the fact that they're spies and were murdered, and then now he's a superhero, just makes him more like every other superhero who's got a, like vengeance type story. So,
well, Peter's supposed to be just like your normal average dude. Like he's just supposed to be a nobody, right? That is given this incredible.
Peter is nothing but normal or average. Okay, he represents anarchy.
Oh boy. Was that in the new ASM?
It's got his jacket. It's got the anarchy symbol on it.
Oh my gosh.
It's really just him telling Aunt May and Uncle Ben how much he doesn't like them and how they're awful. And then they're going, maybe we're not cut out to raise this kid.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Paul legitimately says, maybe we're not cut out to raise this boy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're turning your back on him, eh?
Wow.
Holy shit. It's fucked up.
How inspiring.
Yep. So inspiring.
That's my Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Wish I could use that excuse.
Yeah.
Wait, did y'all not read?
I didn't read ASM.
You didn't either?
I was going to read ASM, and then I was like, you know what? I would be too lost. I'm not going to try.
Well, I will give you a quick run. You don't even have to pull it up. Spidey is fighting Hobgoblin, but he realizes he's drugged, and he's trying to figure out what drugged him or what caused him to be drugged. And as it turns out, it is the artificial flavoring in soda that drugged him and is forcing him to hallucinate. And his hallucinations are his fights with Aunt May and Uncle Ben in the past. And then to be rebellious in the past, he decides to go get drunk. And then you have a point where he's like 14-year-old Peter's puking in the toilet. And Aunt May's like, you have a right to experiment with your feelings and emotions and even with alcohol. And I'm like, yeah. Oh, yeah. So
is this some propaganda bullshit? Who put this out?
Pretty much.
Oh
but then
fuck?
In present day, you have Itsy Bitsy come back into play, and she literally calls him daddy.
What?
Didn't they kiss the previous episode or previous issue?
Yeah.
Oh, what is happening?
In this issue, she goes, "Daddy, come out and play."
What the fuck? This is Amazing Spider-Man. Okay, got it.
Yikes!
Yes.
I guess I'm glad I didn't read that one.
Oh man, it was something.
Never mind. Spider-Man and Wolverine doesn't seem so bad all of a sudden.
Yeah, you know what?
It's actually pretty normal.
Out of the other Spider-Man books this week, I think we can say that was a success. Look at that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. We did read, Weapon X, Wonder Woman.
Oh God, Wonder Woman.
I we read Superman Unlimited, which was rough.
I text you guys that the first panel, I was like, fuck this book.
That
art,
black woman was like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, the
We're
art was
expanding.
rough.
We are going from whatever it was, Metropolis to Themyscira. We're not just going to be in Metropolis. We're going from Gotham to Themyscira. I was like, fuck off.
And she's like,
fact checking the fact checkers on this one, boys.
She's like, it's not villains who we're worried about. We're worried about misinformation or disinformation. Yeah, we're fact checking the disinformation. Yep. So the weird thing about that Superman book is that there were aspects of it that I was like, okay, there's something good here. But then the next page would completely ruin it. And I'd be like, oh, okay, well, we're back to Dan Slott-isms. But I agree with you, though, Josh, when you had talked about on your show, if Superman is going to, if he runs into a meteor that is purely nothing but kryptonite, he's dead. He died. He's not alive anymore. He's no longer a living being. He is donezo. But he's just like, it's just,
I don't feel like, nah, bro, I got this.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't let it go into Brazil. Like we gotta
save Rio de Janeiro. It's like,
we have 3 fishermen in Rio de Janeiro that I have to save, and it's like no one cares about. No, I'm kidding.
Fuck.
But yeah, Kyle, was there anything? Did you just absolutely hate it, or was there anything you were like, it's they're fine? Or
no, I didn't really like anything about it.
Oh well,
I thought the story was really bad. I thought it was weird key jangling also with this one. Like, hey, remember Death of Superman?
Yeah, but this one was worse than Spider-Man.
Yeah, Wolverine, it was really trying to tear jerk. Like, hey, remember? Yeah.
Spider-Man and Wolverine at least just did a page for Wolverine and a page for Spidey. That was the key jangling. This was like 3/4 of this issue was practically like, remember these stories? Wasn't this a classic? Oh, we're gonna go back here. Did somebody say Death of Superman?
Yep.
Shiver
What's
me
wild? Like, how many pages would the book have been if you were to take out the key jangling?
Probably like 7.
So it'd be, I was going to say like 10 pages.
Yep. Hey, remember that gold statue of Superman with the eagle again and again and again and again?
It's a key. So yeah, I think people. His heart was rough. He can't draw faces. Whoever that guy was can't draw faces.
Nope.
No, it's Raphael Albuquerque. He's done plenty of good stuff. This just looks like if he usually has a. I mean, look, his faces typically are my favorite, but he does way better work than this. And this looks like if you typically give a guy like a month to do a book, it looks like he spent a week and a half to 2 weeks just throwing this shit down.
Yep.
Well, Superman was unfortunately a disappointment. I will say there are going to be people who've never read Superman before who will read this book and go, "This was a great jumping on point for me," and like, "This is awesome," and I'm glad that I read this. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
and that's how they're going to know Superman, unfortunately, instead of reading, all the classic stories.
Yeah. We do need to address, because we mentioned this earlier, the whole Jesus Christ of Nazareth of it all.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So the way we discovered this is I was on League of Comic Geeks, and I was scrolling down to look at people's comments because I knew people were going to be like, yanking its dick. And you go through this like mass page of the characters that are featured in there, and I was like, holy shit! Like, look at how many fucking characters are in this book. And then at the very end, it said Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I was like, what the fuck? Right there.
What?
So
Wait,
we stopped what we're doing to go back and scroll page by page looking for Jesus. And he's nowhere in the book. I'm like, this is somebody trolling. It has to be, and it's brilliant.
He says,
"Oh, the Rio de Janeiro statue."
Oh, the fucking statue.
Statue. That's what it has to be,
because it says inanimate. Yeah.
Oh.
Cameo image, inanimate. Maybe the statue, or maybe like
in Rio.
the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I was like, is Jesus like somewhere in the background when Superman dies?
I was like, I mean, that's what I was starting to. I'm like, was he making like some Christ-like pose that I didn't actually catch?
A Zack Snyder pose, yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna do this. So we're gonna have to end things here pretty soon. Because I just
before
realized
that, I gotta ask a question because it popped up when I was reading Superman.
Oh,
do we think that purple, pink-haired lesbian playing the guitar and the song? Do we think she's going to be like the second most important person ever in this, like, and she'll be a superhero or something at some point?
I am getting Harper Row 2.0 from Scott Snyder's Batman run.
All right. I was like, she's going to be something.
Yeah.
Really gay, but really like the bestest ever is my assumption.
This is the same girl who Superman said, "I love your music," and he gave her like $1, and he's like, keep playing, and I always sing it or whatever, and then he leaves.
Yeah.
When I read it, I never thought anything of it, and I just thought it was like a cutesy moment that they were going to do. But if you introduce what's the thing? If you introduce a gun in the first act, you better use it in the third act.
Chekhov's lesbian, yes. If you introduce a lesbian in
Chekhov's SJW lesbian.
Yeah.
That's really funny. To end the night, though, I wanted to end on a high note. Now, this book is probably super inconsequential. It's called Superior Avengers. Never heard of it, never read it. I guess it's part of the One World Under Doom tie-ins or whatever. The book is pretty just like, I didn't care about any of these characters. I'm like, I don't know who any of you are. The dialogue was just kind of confusing and all over the place. But
all right,
we get a guest appearance by Kyle Hotz.
Okay, Kyle Hotz.
And his artwork for this little flashback or like dream world scene is so sick. I had to showcase some of it. This is the same gentleman, who did Lobo's cancellation special.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. But this was some of my favorite art this week. I thought this was really rad. Like, Doom looks so sick here.
Was this impactful? Was this like the true essence of comic books? This is what it means when you make comic books. Like, this is truly the greatest art that'll ever exist in a comic book. Life-changing.
I don't think so.
Well, then I don't care.
Oh, all right. Well, then
you have to say it's the greatest.
This is a comic book.
Well, if you want me to be rocking
Max,
Robbie.
yeah, Max finally got it.
I'm sorry. I was like, wait, what?
Picking up what you're putting down.
Okay.
But yeah, man, this looks so sick.
This is nice.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, I don't really give a shit about it, but it looks really nice.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't read any of this. Don't get me wrong. Like, you don't read this book, okay?
Yeah.
You just look at the pretty pictures. And then it goes back to just,
generic.
Yeah, no, generic. That's a good word for it. It's just like less than fast food. It's just anyone can create this.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, no, the Kyle Hotz stuff was super rad. And that's all I looked at. I just saw pretty pictures and I go, ooh, and my dumb monkey brain just claps. So.
And they're like, damn, we can't afford you for the full book, but can you just do like a few pages?
Yeah.
That's all we can afford.
Yeah. So, I mean,
is it bad that Max said my damn monkey brain and I immediately went AIDS? Oh my god, AIDS.
I picture the monkey with the
oh yeah
symbols. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dance, monkey, dance.
That is me. Well, it's been an eventful night. Very fun. We got to pull a super rare, hyper rare foil variant, issue number 2, before it's even out, a month early. That was like the highlight of my whole fucking month, dude. That was so fucking cool. So it's pathetic that the highlight of my entire month is a comic book.
Yeah.
But take it. You should. Yeah, that's super cool. So, so super exciting. We talked about Punisher, which was breaking news. We talked about, the MCU and the Rippaverse and all the kinds of great stuff. But all that being said, more importantly, enjoy your Memorial Day weekend this weekend. Take some time to spend with your family, with your loved ones. If you see a vet or a vet, reach out to them. But also just, take some time to reflect and know, kind of the meaning of Memorial Day. This, what'd you say, Kyle? This few months, June
20th. Yep.
June 20th. We'll be keeping an eye out for this bad boy. So make sure that you guys are keeping it right, keeping it tight around here on Comic Shop Conversations. I've got a video coming out here pretty soon on Battle Beast issue number 1. So that'll be fun. Yeah.
Pick of the year. Pick of the year.
Pick of the year. I'm calling it now. Pick of the year. No, I figured the past 2 videos I've done are from books from 1992 and 1993. So I was like, you know what? Let's do one from 2025. And this one has a ton of hype. So I figured, why not? So that'll be
smart
in the news. Yeah.
Get that algo going.
Hell yeah, man. And then Joshy Poo's actually doing a graphic content with another modern book, another new book that deserves all the praise. Transformers, the first graphic novel. So
nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Volume 1. Not the recent collection, but the original just 6-issue volume.
I can dig it.
Gonna milk that content. We'll do the 2 and then eventually do that combine, and yeah. My first time at the rodeo.
Yeah, nice. I like it. So cool. All right. That should do it for us tonight. Thank you all for being here. We love y'all's support. Have a wonderful weekend. And next week we will not be here unless it's just Kyle, unless he just wants to be here to, hang out.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, I guess that gives you a week to keep in mind. Don't ask how you can be of service to Marvel. Ask how Marvel can service you.
Yeah, that's deep. I gotta spend a lot of time on that.
Yeah.
If I need to be serviced. I should be serviced by Marvel if I'm paying for their service.
Yeah, you should be
serviced. That only makes sense. Right?
Yeah.
That's fair. And to consume.
Yes.
Consume their product. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, we will be in Dallas next week. So with that being said, we most likely won't have the show. If we do, it'll either be live in Dallas and we'll just do something for like a few minutes and just say hi, or maybe Kyle will take over and I'll give him the reins and we'll see if he wants to.
A solo
Nobody
show.
wants that. I don't think I don't think you want that. It's not gonna end the way you think.
No?
Oh no.
All right. Well, just N-bombs and R words.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you still want a channel?
Do you still want to?
I've already lost it once. I can't lose it again.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah. So, but yeah, so we appreciate all the support. If you don't see us next week, it's just because we're at the Dallas Fan Expo, seeing some friends. So it'll be a ton of fun, but we'll try and keep you guys up to date with like whether or not we do the live show or not. But yeah, other than that, have a wonderful weekend, and we will see you guys soon. Thanks again for all the love and support. Later.